CIA that do not like Israel, and there are people that love it. There are opposing factions in all of these places. People go, well, why was Epstein even arrested if it's a whole thing? People in those agencies, some of them want justice, truly. And when they're presented with a case and there are witnesses, they do what you should do as a cop. You arrest the bad guy. But then, when it gets to the legal level and Alexander Acosta is told, I was told to not take it any further with Epstein because he, quote, belonged to intelligence, and it's an anonymous quote that someone else said Alexander Acosta said it was given to Vicky Ward at Vanity Fair. Right, is a credible reporter. I don't think she's making stuff up. She got an anonymous quote. Get Alexander Acosta. Get him on the stand. Get him on the stand. Because we know that something is rotten here. We know that. And please, God, let it be that he laundered a little bit of your money. Oh, he laundered my money. I don't fuck the kids. Come on. I was a casino guy. We had a lot of cash. And he laundered the money. Maybe that's it. Huh? We don't know. Lesser of two evils, or nothing illegal happened. Even better. He did nothing illegal. I was friends with him, and he did illegal things. Because Jeffrey Epstein's like, they do all these things. He's a Wall Street guy, and but here's the other thing: no one knew how he made any of his money. He had like one client. It was Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the guy who the Saudis killed in that embassy. Epstein was supposedly the guy who had all this money. Lawyers, residents that had nobody knew how he got any of that money. Nobody had ever worked for him in housing. It was like Stephen Cohen owns the minutes. There's no millions of things. It was a hedge fund he did in 1972. There's a bunch of people that worked there. There's people that worked with Stephen Cohen. I can talk about Stephen Cohen. He's a legendary stock trader. Those articles written about Stephen Cohen and the article that Epstein's He's a lot of fun to be with. And maybe that was true. So there's a whole thing here. Right? This was an article from 1 year. 2002, they're writing about Jeffrey Epstein. He's listed as, right? He's pals with him. This is New York Magazine. This is the magazine of the, chattering class, the smart set. The blue-faced games, the glittery. He's pals with the Rothschild Nobel Prize winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner, the limited like Billy Maxwell, even Donald Trump. It wasn't until he flipped Bill Clinton got space interest to half ago he was brought up to 127 that the world began to wonder who he is. Jeffrey Epstein, has no money man, Mr. And this is an article and you can all read it. And it's funny, it's in hindsight, it's one of the funniest articles that you'll ever read. He comes with cash to burn, he's in an airplane, but it's not as a lady. That's the first line. It's a life full of question marks. Epstein said, to run a $15 billion for multi-clients, yet aside from limited founder Leslie Wexner's part was his closely held secret. Before the total antiquity, he maintains peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists and possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan London Society figure Billy Maxwell, dwarf the mysteriously deceased media type Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell, he lives on his own pounds of butter. All in the 6 and it was a year. In his various planes, things that was the world. Like his lifestyles of the world's famous. See if you can get on Instagram reasons, but this was a go to the one that's 3 minutes. And this is something that the VH1 had aired about your films, and again, it's unintentionally hilarious now in hindsight. Let's watch. In the next hour, we'll do that. Buying with all that cash, but not quite as much as Nancy and Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his black family in 1976. Eventually, launching his own exclusive finance fund with a billionaire client. He just couldn't keep it up to the classroom. He was shopping for a new house and bought himself in time as small things. And transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000 plus there had to be people who knew he was a pedophile who saw this and were like, this is amazing. You know what I mean? Like, there were people that obviously for this guy's entire life knew he was a pedophile. And victims of his were watching VH1 saw this. Like, literally, people that he had victimized turned on VH1, you know, to watch, I don't know, a Tony Braxton music video. And he's watching Jeff Epstein where they're like, he couldn't stay out of the classroom. He bought himself a whole studio. And there's people who are, yeah, I know he raped me in it. Yeah, I'm well aware of it. 1,000 square feet. Oh, yeah. This whole thing's been $1 million. He's dropped $10 million just renovating it. It has incredible bells and whistles, low circuit televisions, heated sidewalk out front. So, it's no mouse. Only one man truly rules Wall Street sky. Jeffrey Epstein, one product, Jeff. 727. You realize how important Hollywood is? Just narratives. You know, how important it is. Like, they don't have the ability to do this. Like, you can't just do this without any track, without anybody on the internet challenging what conclusions you come to. This is a puff piece. He was a Wall Street legend, and believe it or not, company don't police. Nobody knew who he has ever seen. The couple of journalists are like, this is it. And VH1 just runs this whole thing where like he's a genius. This guy was a math teacher. It's like Goodwill Hunting. He was a math teacher. Now he's a Wall Street legend. He's a math teacher. So it's Goodwill Hunting. They didn't realize it was Goodwill Hunting for children. Adults. Why? It was you had the ability to just project this image of a mysterious guy with all these connections. By the way, we're never working on it because we know what mysterious means. Mysterious means you're having sex with children on an island. I mean, there's no. Or they used to be able to say something was mysterious, and it was like some kind of compliment. You'd be like, wow, he's mysterious. You know what he's doing now? He's not already going to keep him away from my house. Mystery now is bad. It is bad. Like, people like celebrities over because there's no more mystique, there's no more mystery. It's like, yeah, because mystery now means people think, oh, I guess you're having sex with children. That's a mystery. I guess you're laundering money for human trafficking, right? So, it's amazing to me that they're running this puzzle piece, this positive, you know, piece talking about the glamorous life of this human trafficking. You would never know. You'd be sitting on your couch going, because that's what Wall Street is, by the way, to most people. A lot of finance is fake, truly. And most people just believe it. They're like, I didn't have the right connections, I didn't go to the right schools. They don't even try to understand this crap. I remember the mortgage crisis that tried to explain credit default stops, Fox. And they're like, well, the credit defaults, and people are like, fuck this, roll the roads. Because it's So when they use the One Piece, like there's nobody. He's just, it's a guy on Wall Street, and he's making gobs of money doing God knows what. But little do they know, this is actually an evil, cruel, sadistic monster. And you're talking about the renovation he's doing to his schoolhouse. He's living in Manhattan. Keep going. When well, 720s. You need a commercial funding. Comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to follow. When Bill organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, gave him a ride in his he took actors Kevin Spacey and Tucker along for the trip. It was a chance to investigate problems of AIDS in Africa, and perhaps it was a chance to jet setting with Bill. I love the idea of that. Yeah. Gassing up the jet and going to investigate AIDS in Africa. And it's just an amazing. Let me call Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go find out what this AIDS is about. And that's basically what it was like. Put it. Basic. I haven't done anything. Put it. You can scrap this, but I watched it. I thought it was so funny. It was such an interesting. The ladies with cynical cancer, and people are angry. Breaking up the issue over the story. People are angry. Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It's a financial decision, but people are saying that it's because Colbert criticized CBS while willing to settle a lawsuit with Trump. So people are going out like Bernie Sanders, I think, just came out and put out if you go to Bernie's, I believe he put out a statement that this decision is because Stephen Colbert wanted to criticize. And you bring it up, Bernie's just doing ads for Couch. Bernie's like, do you think that testify? Go to Couch. You can create your own market. CBS's billionaire owners paid Trump $16 million to settle a bogus lawsuit while trying to sell the network to Skydance. Stephen Colbert, he was. Popular late night host, not true with Goodfellas, to be honest. I mean, whatever you think about anything, that is the truth. Slams the deal. Do you think this is a coincidence? No, here's the thing. Late night could this have made CBS make their decision? Or are we going to have late night shows in 5 years? I really don't know. Doesn't seem like 3 years. There's people that go on late night. You know who they are. There's a lot of people that go on late night. No one really knows who they are. And so, banter with someone.
Good morning. How are you?
What's happening?
Well, thank you.
But these people
Ready to hit the day?
like, hey.
All right. Go get it.
Okay.
God willing.
And they're like,
Bye-bye.
She'll be like, Steven, such a fan, love you. The show is great. No one's heard of the show. No one has heard of the show in the audience. He's like, now this show, tell us about this show. It's amazing. This show, you're right. What's the show? It's called Carolina Blue. She's like, yeah, it's about the Blue family in Carolina. Super one summer, everything threatens to be unraveled by a really wild secret. He's like, and people can't get enough of this show. And the audience is sitting there. The show might as well be fake. The show might as well not exist. No one knows who the person is. What did I call it? What was the name? What name did I just say? Carmen? Sarah? Did I say Joe? I don't think so. Yeah. What I said, because every single guest on that show for the most part. Who they are or what they're doing there. It's an amazing show. It's on Hulu Plus. So if you upgrade your Hulu to Hulu Plus, Carolina Blue, now the first season was in 2021 and season 2 is 2027, right? So it's a 6-year gap. We're revisiting a beachside town in Carolina. No one knows. The audience are just, and the audience are all people that are just in New York City. And someone goes, go see. And they know who Bear is, and they know that's all. And many of them grow up. And America's all about celebrities. That's what people like from Sweden come here. It's not to eat our poison. Buckets of poison. It's because they really want to see a celebrity, and they want to see. That's why they come here. They gotta see. They gotta see. How rich are they? How fat are they? How amazing is New York? They want to see New York City, like an ancient city here. You know what I mean? Air traffickers in Sweden is loyal to really rich people to make movie, but our people that are human traffickers. It impresses them. They're like, don't come all of this circus of America. J-Lo? And it's like a comedian with 8,700 followers who's on a show. And he's like, so now tell us what it was like to grow up. You were non-binary in Oklahoma. Tell us because that's the premise of the show. You were non-binary in Oklahoma. You're like one of the top poker players, but no one knows you're non-binary from Oklahoma because it's right. And the people in the audience, like we just want to see pedophiles, or fat people. We came to America. It was a really long fight. We just want to see pedophiles, fat people, and J-Lo. They want to watch a celebrity just a minority in the face like an immigrant. That's what they want. They want to see J-Lo take a garbage can and like the dream of some Scandinavian country. If you come to America from nowhere, your dream is to go to the end of here. J-Lo comes out, and then as you're leaving, you look down an alley and you see her take a garbage can. It's a Mexican woman, and J-Lo puts the can up, and forever you don't even know what this is. Draw the eyes of J-Lo. And this little Mexican woman's got a can on her, and she stumbles into another building, and she hits herself. She knocks herself out. She's just So like if you secret clearance and above and whatever it is. Family doesn't know what they're doing. Yeah, the thing about but it's like the thing about it is if they even if you want to say they didn't if you reasons suggest that they would have shown some sort of video which they showed they filmed they definitely tried to pass that that's what the chat that's like the comments I forget what mission it was. So there's an image of him that was in training, and he's got the suit up there, with a suit that he used 1 year actually in outside of the capsule or whatever the fuck you call it, and they did what's from the training mission. They just the same photo. I switched the photo the other way. The exact same photo. And they tried to pass it off as Michael Collins. Because you got to think, like, how are they taking pictures? Who's going to take the picture right there? This is part of the problem with, I think it was This is 1969. You're on the phone from the fucking mind. It's supposed to be real. Yeah. So farmers agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't. So why processed food the status quo for culture? Because that's what kill is. Ultra processed food. But a healthy alternative exists. The farmers don't. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat, vegetables that are gently cooked, retain vital nutrients and no point. And the bad stuff comes with ultra processing. It's not just random ingredients thrown together. Their food is formulated by on-staff, board and certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all labeled on fish food. The farmer's dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/road to 50% off your first month, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only. Of Operation MK Ultra, the Cold War, the setting that was going on. That was the time in history where they really had the fucking war. So they did about this one thing. 100% legit. You've got intersecting shadows, all sorts of problems. You've got the weirdest one, 25th anniversary speech that so crazy. We have here among us America's best and brightest. You'll achieve great things. Once you reveal some of truth's hidden layers, the hidden layers are just say what's 25 years post-flight press conference. So weird. They just got back from the moon. Bro, she went basically a little bit higher than her life-changing experience. She's amazing. It was amazing. You feel so connected to her. You know, like these guys were ecstatic. Yeah. The idea of being nervous as if they were forced to look. Behaving. Like behavior experts have looked at that footage and said, these guys are being deceptive. Yes. There's also inconsistent things with what he said during the post-flight press conference. In comparison to his 1994 book, Change the Story, right? Change the story about being able to see the stars. And then what the stars like. That shows that it appears that they covered up the windows to make this deceptive film that looks like there are 4 in space. That's weird. ICBM silos because they're just the fucking massive. Of course, you're going to try to use it. Prisoners, like taking prisoners and trying to figure out what kind of sleep deprivation, kind of what psychological techniques can you use to extract information from them. So if you want something like LSD, of course, they're trying to make sense. British soldiers. They do stuff these soldiers had them go these training routines, training exercises. to where you could get benefits of a psychedelic without trip. Would you get those benefits? And that would be useful for soldiers. No, it's an interesting idea. Well, the Vikings, they would take mushrooms. It does make sense. It does make sense to us because we think of mushrooms as like, I'm going to go connect with God, and it's going to be peaceful, feel, it's going to be amazing. I'm going to reset, go back and tell everybody I love them. That's what us. But if you live in an insanely warlike culture, you believe it's right to go to battle, and you're supposed to go to battle on your side, and you take these mushrooms to summon the strength of God to prepare yourself for battle. And there's a lot of guys who are mushrooms. Joe Schilling talked about on the podcast. Fought into a small dose and was great. A few kickboxing bouts that way. He said he could see what guys were doing, what they were doing. It's almost like Joe Schilling's a world champion, like elite kickboxer, one of the best ever. And so for a guy like that to say that had a profound effect, he knows his body. He knows the difference between regular fighting and fighting. He said he could see it. It's like, what they were going to do. That's wild. Yeah. There's this dude who's like, to the troops in Ukraine, to the those guys are on a game. Russians are on what's that map that they're on? There's a new one. There's a new version of one. It's like a new version of it. It's a little bit tamer. Yeah. This episode is brought to you by this. Something. Visible. Visible is the ultimate wireless. No confusing plans with surprise fees. No nonsense. Just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. Visible. You get one line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. When you see what you pay, no hidden fees on top of that. What do you see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent, so visible? Now you know. Switch to visible.com/broken. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Maybe like super prescriptions of alcohol. Gavin McGinnis. Before he came here, I was like, give me advice for drug Slam 3 beers. I was like, that's a. You see the kind of came in just like Michael Douglas? Yeah. I forget. Yeah. Freaked out. Michael Douglas like had it. Yeah. No, yeah. I just like he's a funny guy too. He just the Proud Boys thing. Good. Well, the famous commentator. Like you think about like Steve Bannon and all these other guys. Like he's way funnier than any of those guys. Yeah. He's very insightful. Like he's talking about a lot of things. He like picks like insurance. People go. He's aware of like the dangers of Marxism. A lot of this fucking ridiculous leftist ideology they're pushing in universities. Yeah, there was this documentary that just came out. One of the guys, Thomas, that used to work for Vice, like one of the original reporters for Vice. He did all like the stuff, and he made this documentary. It's like focuses on the transfer.
How are you?
Oh,
Right. How are you doing in the world? Through language.
pardon me?
I'm uniting the world through language, making sure everyone's aware of the term known as
Parthian.
Hey, thank you. I think I said it. Yeah. So if I can unite people on Parthian, how are you? I used to think you like a style.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I want is uh like scam like all these funny videos of like popular ones are chicks when you're like, down or flat and they'll just like weird suggestions like go on Facebook Marketplace, look for a girl who's selling a ring, message her to be in person, and then go risk the shit out of them IRL or like massage parlor on the ass or what's the other one? These fucking suggestions like go one of them was go become like a DJ photographer so that you get into like lots of events and snap fucking pics of these like hot girls who want to be seen at the DJ club and you whatever get their information and then like send them a photo and then afterwards start raising. But
This all sounds like
yeah,
terrible advice. Does any of it work?
we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I did like cast some line out there to some really hot chick who was selling jeans.
Can I get in those jeans?
Um, yeah, hopefully.
Did you watch UFC? No, because you
Uh,
I mean, you take your hair because you suck.
I will in just a moment.
You're gonna watch the whole UFC in just a moment.
No, I just you're
Is it Karam or Karam? Neither of us know. It's like apartheid or apartheid.
Aram.
Karam, Karam, Karam.
Yeah, I don't know. Aram.
So did,
Both or is it a
is it a boat or is it a fire? Oh, a boat act. I got you. Who knows? What I want to know is, did you watch UFC yesterday? You're saying that people who watch UFC have small dicks. You even said that you like it and you like it a lot. All right, well, I like it and I'm not in that group. No, I'm larger than average. What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp? He came back.
Thanks for abandoning us for several months working about you sick every day.
No, he told me he was going to be leaving, but I just didn't tell you.
Why would you not? Where did you go?
That I don't know. He was just doing his own thing, which he may be doing right now. Frosty, we can't hear you if you're talking. Hey, guys, are you gonna take my Karam invitation?
Yeah, just kidding.
Karam? Yo, did you watch UFC? All right, sounds good, Frosty. Frosty and Zook could get married. That's what they do. Zook did that twice today. Except what Zook will do is I'll be like, "Are you ready to get your ass kicked?" And he'll be like, "Yeah." And then I'll send him an invite, and then he'll leave. And I'll just have this random invite on my phone. And then he'll join it 6 hours later and win the game because I didn't even know we were playing. And I'll just open my phone and see that Zoot won. I'll be like, "What? Zoot never wins. What are you talking about?" Um, so did you watch UFC?
Yeah, sunrise.
All right, so it took place in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is near the hometown of Dustin Poirier. You know who Dustin Poirier is?
No one knows.
I agree.
No
Um,
one knows.
Poirier. Anyway, he's allegedly like a top 10 all-time fighter, and he did such a good job for the UFC that Dana White said for his last fight they would have it in like his hometown. His hometown is Lafayette, Louisiana, which is close. Anyway, so he was fighting Max Holloway, who is the bantamweight champion or something like that. That was the title card. They had a bunch of cards up before then, and I watched them. I don't like when it goes to a decision. I like when somebody has to tap out or gets knocked out or something. But a lot of decisions. I'm sure they have women fighting, but I don't really like watching that. So I didn't watch. I watched all of the like, main event things.
It's not like fucking years ago. You just go to the judges. Hold up, like,
I, I also don't. I don't like. I don't understand why they don't have it like an easier to understand scoring system. Like they're always like 46 to 48, 45 to 49, and it's like what on what scale? It should just be on a scale of 100, and it should be like 51 49, 52 48. Like that makes sense. Like it's not like that. Um, so Max Portier or Dustin Portier, he's like rep by Theo Vaughn, who's also from Louisiana, and Max Holloway, he is from Hawaii. If you're like, well, why are you telling me all this back information? I don't know. Watch the fucking thing they did obviously. So anyway, they fought, and it was a super intense fight, and either one of them could have knocked the other one out, and eventually they gave it to Max Holloway, who is already the champion, and Um, they had fought. This is the third time they had fought. The two previous times, Dustin Poirier won, but this time Max Holloway won. And then they had this like retirement ceremony for um, Dustin Poirier. Joe Rogan didn't do it. It wasn't one of the biggest. What do you call it? Um, pay per views. Pay per views. But I did watch it, and the one that I think might be really big is um, the one on July 4th, 2026, which is going to maybe be on or I think it's going to be on the White House lawn. And I think they may John Jones may come out of retirement to fight Tom Aspinall, which would be like a giant fight. It'd be like maybe one of the biggest fights ever. So if you're like, wow, you know a lot about this, no, I don't. I literally just learned this from like these, these stupid podcasts that I watch, like Joe Rogan versus not even Joe Rogan talking about it. It's
So that's on like a few hours ago.
you mean the UFC?
Yeah, it was like tonight, right?
Yeah, it was Saturday. And it also helps that I had a good stream. Like a lot of times I get these streams that go down halfway through the fight, so I don't really know what happened and all that. But I I got a good website, so I checked that out. I don't know if this is exactly true because my source for it is Brendan Schaub, who like you can't ever believe anything that motherfucker is saying. But on a given UFC, 80% of the people who watch it are pirating it. 80%. I believe they charge.
Yeah, your dog.
Yeah, they just charge so just absolutely ridiculous amounts.
With like
Maybe not, maybe not though, because like there are some people who are like, I'm just never going to pay for that shit. ever." So there are other people who are like, look, if you're going to pay for it, or like if you're going to have a party and you don't want to look like a cheap ass, then you're going to pay for it, and we're going to make you pay. So it'll be $80 or whatever. But then there are other people who are like just like I am, who are like, I'm never going to fucking pay for that shit. Like there are so many other sources for me to watch it. Well, I will when I'm either like if I work again or I go viral. Absolutely, I watch it. But I'm in a situation where I'm just not dropping $80 to watch two guys of whom I've never heard fight. So I'm gonna pirate it like everybody else. And I watched like in perfect stream. It's like they gotta figure out a way to make it so that people can't do that, or else like I don't know how to stop it, but they're really strict about people doing it. Nevertheless, like I can tell you this.
they can make the penalty for like 9 years versus
Well, there's already that, but if you do it outside the United States, which a lot of these people do, then they can't come and get you. And there's not a penalty to watch it. So it's like,
rewrite like national law or something.
yeah, good luck with that, Doug. Um, so then there is a oh, but whenever I watch them, I have to be very careful because I'm live streaming simultaneously, and because of that, the UFC more than any other sporting event uh, will shut down my streams. They're like really, really strict. Even on like Instagram or TikTok especially. Like if I'm not showing it, it just is playing in the background like at a really low volume, and it'll get flagged and it'll shut everything down. Or I get an email that says like this live stream got a like usually it's not a copyright strike, but it'll be like it can't be shown in these countries in like 157 countries because it was it has some like copyrighted audio. So I usually just watch it on my phone really close to my face and have the volume down so it's like it doesn't trigger any of that stuff, and that usually works. So I was able to watch it, and I like the UFC. I used to not. I not like it before I started live streaming, but then like when you live stream, you have a lot more free time, obviously, than like I normally do. And sporting events became cool to watch and everything. And then I really started getting into them about 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't watch every single UFC. A lot of times I fall asleep for 'em, but I do. I watch. I try to watch some bigger ones, and they're exciting. They say that
way like there's not the amount of people there to like that like just got that fighters. Like there's no shortage of fighters. There's just a lot of quantity of actual
yeah.
events.
Let's find that out. Well, there's one every weekend, but I get what you're saying. Why isn't there one every single day? Yo, dog, can you please tell me why there are not more UFC fights? Why there isn't a UFC fight like every single day? There are so many people in the world who want to fight, and why isn't it there? Why does the UFC have like a nightly fight? I know they have one every weekend, and then usually once a month they have a big one. And then also, why did they get rid of the reality show, The Fighter, Ultimate Fighter, or whatever? Because that seemed like a good way for people to get to know fighters, and that had fights like every day or whatever. And please answer like Joey. It's Joey Diaz impression to watch whether hey, come on, dog. Listen to Uncle Joey for a second here. You're sitting there wondering why the UFC don't have fights every day, like it's freaking Monday Night Raw 5 times a week. But let me break it down for you real quick. Fighters ain't effing robots, cocksucker. These savages go through 8 to 12 weeks of brutal fight camps, punching, kicking, wrestling. They're living on boiled chicken and nightmares. You can't have them doing that every day of every week. Their bodies would collapse like a house made of coke in your bad decisions. Matchmaking takes time, bro. There's 8 bum fights in an alley behind the El Compadre. Alright? The UFC has to do logistics. Match weight classes, contracts, injuries, visas, medical suspensions. Yeah, and they have drug testing. That would get really expensive. You think Dana White calls people up like, yo, fight tonight? This ain't the streets, dog. This is sanctioned violence. You would water down the crowd every night. That's too much. It ain't special anymore. Imagine eating steak every night. I've actually done that for like years. Um, it don't taste the same by Thursday. You feel me? UFC needs build up storylines and hype. That's what makes you foam at the mouth when a pay per view hits. Why'd they drop the Ultimate Fighter? They didn't really drop the concept. It just got old. It ran for years, and at the start, fire, straight fucking fire. You know, dudes lived in a house, cutting away, fighting for their dreams, and sometimes for pizza. But after a while, same format, same drama, same kitchen fights. People stopped watching. Plus, now we got Dana White's Contender Series. Oh yeah, that's right. Which is the ultimate fighter, but no drunk drama, just straight hands. And real talk, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram Reels made it harder to sit down for 12 weeks of fighters beefing over who didn't clean the protein powder shake. Real spits from Joey Diaz. Back in my day, you wanted to fight. You went to the bar, you smacked somebody with a shot glass, and the bouncer choked you out. Nowadays, these savages get a six-figure contract and bonus if they knock your head in an epic 300 section. You want fights every night? Go to a Waffle House at 2 a.m. UFC is a business, not an ex-girlfriend with daddy issues. You understand me? So yeah, dog. There's a reason why it's weekly. Why they keep it weekly. protect the fighters, build hype, and keep the product from turning into daily background. Now those slogans are weak. Watch them old Wanderlei Silva fights, and remember, it's not about how often they fight. It's about who bleeds the hardest when it's time. You feel me? Um, I personally, I I think it does a very good job summarizing the story. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Have you seen the Anderson Silver
Silva?
clip where he like breaks his leg?
Um, I see it right now. So I don't know fighters that well. I probably am like I know maybe like 10 maximum. But I know their names a lot. Like when I hear the name, like oh yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah. December 2017 at UFC 168, Anderson Silva broke both bones in his lower leg in an incredibly rare occurrence when he escaped with black by Chris Weidman. Last night at UFC 261, Chris Weidman broke his lower leg the exact same way against Uriah Hall. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Yeah, their legs look like like broken legs. I don't know how to describe it.
It's like he kicks this guy, and then oh, it's just so
Hold on.
like
Oh,
like like pieces and like
yeah. It looks
he
like
has to stand on his fucking back foot, and then there's like nothing there. It's just like
two
almost
sticks,
totally
two sticks in a bag.
what?
It's like two sticks in a bag. Like
Yeah,
if you were to take two sticks and put them in a bag, that like became his leg.
sure.
That's what it looks like. I mean, imagine you had one stick in a bag, then you broke it, and then tried to stand on it. That's what it looks like. It's disgusting.
That is like one of the most I mean, very painful. And then you hear his screams, and then like the doctor comes out, and you're like, it's like okay, no, and then they're gonna like your foot's like whatever he does, moves his fucking leg a bit. He sweats. Like, it's like so audio, like was pretty good.
Are you gonna join this
Oh, you
Quran
hear
game?
like snap matchstick.
Let's look up how to pronounce Quran. Yo, dog, how do you pronounce Quran? Is it like Quran or Kiram? It's oh what? No, I hate when. Tell me when my time's about to run out.
Like already running it.
Shoot. Yo, Quran, the board game, is usually pronounced Quran. Not even like Quran, it's Quran. Sounds like car run. Emphasis on the first syllable. So I think I'm gonna call it Quran. Quran. Look how sick that shot was. Yo, dog, you have one that's just about to go in. Look how sick
Yeah,
this shot
put it
is.
away.
Did you see how sick this shot was? Look how sick this shot is. Am I the cockiest motherfucker you've ever met? Dog, I think I'm gonna live forever and make you a trillionaire. I don't know who else is cockier than that.
I mean, look at that.
No doubt.
Are you like on the power?
100%. I believe it. I mean, I could die. I'm not saying I couldn't, but like, I truthfully believe life extension technology and mind-blowing technology will allow me to live a digital.
Yeah, I think it's oh man,
I'm gonna agree.
but I think
I'm,
we're
I'm gonna agree with you. Thanks, dog. This is an interesting one. Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon? Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon?
uh yeah, I listen to this podcast. She's one of the few select like in my listed podcast.
He's hilarious. I'm with you on that. And I just listened to a podcast yesterday, and oh fuck,
I don't
dude,
nice on there.
dude, I was doing so well, and these things keep popping up. Yeah, he's hilarious, and his podcast is so straight to the point, and like, yo, it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be in front of you wearing sunglasses with like a green screen,
Yeah, I'm surprised he rarely does stuff ever. It's just
right, for an hour, and I'm not gonna interview anybody. I'm just gonna tell you what I think about how shitty everything is, and I love. Oh, come on, does that count?
if I have to wait until it's like the last one,
I thought you did. I still think you do.
it's yeah,
Yeah, but
it's not.
no. But then I have to do it again. Or I have to keep doing it. Like basically, I have to get
All of it.
right, or else it goes back on the board.
Uh, Might be a little pickle. Why not more?
Dude, that's a good question. Why isn't it on the board?
Playing it like
I know.
fucking second.
I know. Why is it? So then, how do you get it?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's fun to.
Then I don't like playing with the queen because then it's kind of pointless. And we should just play pool, like the pool version.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe we can just come out and that's
I think I'm gonna agree with that could happen. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious? That's garbage.
nice things kind
Your shit is a fucking shit. I don't really know how to do this. Get it.
I don't work.
Look at this move. I wish I figured out like
Oh,
how to read with the red pick. All right, what kind you want to play? Freestyle 210.
if you want to, you know,
What do you want to do?
do like a high, like a not like the middle number, like 120 or like 1.
210 is the highest one.
Do like the second highest one.
160. I think that we are basically equal in this game. Like I'm not better than Jordan, you're not better than I. But I have been winning a lot more games.
So this one, like whatever.
Word. Black is worth 10. White is worth 20. Stop. Drop. Let him down. Roll it up. Shot. Roll. Roll. That's a Rough Riders roll. Do you like the
Listen to his music, but it's not like very like the rap stuff. Like the guys like rapping.
That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah. He died during the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't feel he was like they would have made a bigger deal about it. He's a big rapper, and he had like one of the best rap voices ever. He had this really raspy, like mean sounding voice, and then he died. And nobody didn't care. But I still care. I care about you, Talk Man X. Get it, baby.
Stay out.
Let's see if we can get that.
You get one there.
Shot, shot, put it down, open up shot. Whoa, fuck yeah. That's, that's a Rough Riders roll. Stop, drop, let him down, open up shot. Whoa, whoa. Do you know what the dragon attack is? That was a really good game. All right, where do you want to play? Classic, cool, freestyle, 120, 160.
Another one of these. This 160 I'm not good with that result. That was 16 to 1.
I don't like the red being worth so much. Like, it's kind of unfair to it. So
Yeah, really sweet. They could have made that work.
30.
I mean, I guess that's still.
Yeah, but I mean, I got really fortunate. I didn't even mean to hit that red one in this game. I just kind of just eked in there.
That's still my
And then I had to cover it, which I still don't understand. Oh, there you go. So you got Fortune Johnson. Yeah. What? Let it down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. Let's see Rough Riders roll. No way.
Yeah.
Dude, am I even going to get to go? Am I even going to get to go?
So I have that number. Let's try it. Oh, no. Like,
No.
hey, 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 hey. He's in the zone.
Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. That's how Rough Riders roll. When I've been playing darts with Zoot, I've been dedicating every shot to rappers. And it's so funny.
This one's for Biggie.
This one's for DMX, baby. Stop, drop, let them down, open up shop. This one's for Puff Daddy. Whoa, whoa. Wow, I just destroyed you. I didn't miss.
Yeah, this rematch.
Freestyle 160?
Yeah,
You want this fire?
yeah. I'm just warming up. I'm only playing
I think
I
it's
think
a
serve
disadvantage to go
first
first.
advantage. I think
Disadvantage, totally. I've never seen anybody make it on the first
yeah,
make
that's what I'm saying. Like a disadvantage.
a huge disadvantage. Oh, that was kind of a smart play. That was a real smart play. Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop. Oh, I want to know the statistics on this game. Like, if you get the red one in, what are the chances that you win? It's got to be like 90%.
Um, yeah, I agree.
Stop, drop,
Yeah.
put it down, open up shop. Oh,
I feel like I feel like I'm not good. Like I got like no good shots and stuff.
bank it. Oh,
Oh no, so I never
no.
put that there.
Dude, I don't have any good shots.
There's several good shots there.
None. Get it.
There's an abundance of good shots there.
No way. I don't see him. Stop. Drop.
Yeah, when they're in a clump, it's like much.
Oh, no. Go,
No,
baby.
no, 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 no.
Go, baby.
Very good.
Fuck. Oh, no way. You got the red one and the white one?
possible because I could give you a turn and then I never get another turn again.
Fuck, man.
Freaking expert.
Yeah, but all these things are fucking jammed together. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, these are like the situations where I'm like no good shot except pray.
Okay, you're gonna get that white bitch. Shot, shot. Let him down. Open up, shot.
Oh my god.
This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh,
Fucked it. First chance. Oh my god.
shot, shot. Put it down. Open up, shot. Dude, what the fuck? There aren't any good shots.
You have to bank it. I saw it. Oh, no.
That's it.
Final man. Wow, you are not alright.
Right. I didn't have any good shots. I need the shots to be like open. It's all because of how you started, which was genius. In fact, why don't I just do this?
It's like a mini go. Right? Break them up, alright? Don't be shy.
Next, I'll give it to you.
Going for the easy.
Stop.
You're gonna have to break them back one eventually. It's whoever
Basically. Stop.
wasted my turn. Let me go.
Get it. Get it.
Black, white, shit.
Stop. Stop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
You're not. I'm going to be here.
oh,
You don't have any. Now you don't have any good shots. No good shots.
are you tired?
Nope. Impossible. Dude, you just gave me the game. Stop. Stop. Set it down. Put it up. Son. I mean, I did. I'm the first person who knocked around it. Yeah, I did. X going to give it to you. I want to see somebody win without getting credit, and the other person got it. Oh man, watch this bank shot. X going to give it to you. Stop, stop, stop. No way. Oh, this is a tough shot. What a bank shot. What a bank shot. One of the best shots I've ever had. Goofy. Dude, how are you? Fuck. No way. No way. No way, dude. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a rough rider. Whoa. You're done. You're done. You're done. You, my friend, are done. You're done. Stop. Oh no! What a major miss. Go, go, go. Big points. Big points. 120. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's Root Rider Pro. Okay, this will be the best comeback in the history of this game. No. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Oh. Fuck.
be able to close this one.
Easily. Card rum. You can accept my invite and go check yourself out for
Yeah, 1 second.
It's called rum. Stop. Stop. Let it down. Open up.
I'll tell you as a joke that I think Steve should do for his on his opening
Yeah.
goes like this. Justin Bieber recently dropped an album, and like most albums, there's like 3 songs that are good, and the rest kind of sucked. And there's like 4 meaningless, stupid interludes that didn't need to be in there, but there were some beautiful songs. And people hate on Justin Bieber, and I get that, but to all those salty, jealous Justin Bieber haters out there, fuck you. Um, this album is fucking fire, and jokes on you, because I'm gonna go suck the jizz out of my boyfriend tonight.
All right.
And that's the joke. Bieber album.
All right. Did you start?
Yeah, you're supposed to.
I was looking at the stuff you could buy. It's like different colored sneakers and stuff.
This game actually makes money.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, can you imagine some nerdy kid who wants to impress some chick? So he buys like a board or something?
That's
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Put it up. Jump. Roll. Roll. That's a rough rider. Roll.
Did you watch Mr. Beast at all?
No, he sucks.
He has a viral YouTuber.
Yeah, I'm bigger than he is. I have more content.
You're basically on the same level as
I have more content than he does.
Hey, he doesn't have one, but he doesn't live stream. Imagine if he like live streaming how much money he would get.
Right. All his shit is overproduced garbage.
Um, I know you're honest, Chris.
I honestly haven't heard of any of his videos. Like, I maybe, yeah, never even. Yeah. I mean, I saw him on Kill Tony.
You saw what?
On Kill Tony. Yeah, at the Madison Square Garden.
What is the fucking roster place?
Yeah, I get it. Oh, get in.
Literally, for the dog. Oh, go, go. It's a thousand year stuff and talk. Are you ready for one of the greatest shots?
Yep. Oh, no way. Get it.
No!
That was tight.
Yeah, that's right. We heard the.
This is easy.
This is a shot. Shot. Oh, I didn't even get the red one.
Yeah, so I watched him on Kill Tony. He gave away like $10,000 to somebody whose dad was also on. His dad got caught. It was a weird story. It was like his dad got split his dick open from fucking some chick too hard, and had to get like stitches or something. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw like that guy on Kill Tony?
Yo, Rabbi.
Yo, I did like 1,000 times.
Out there.
Check again, son.
There you go. Alright. Serve first. But,
No, it's random.
well, that's like times as many years. It's not very good at being random. Why are you so afraid to start?
I'm not. Oh, you're fucked. Oh no, wait! You're gonna get in on the first one.
I don't think I've done it since.
That's wild.
You also messed up the game. Yeah,
What did you want me to? What did you want me to switch it?
like the white flag.
Oh, did you say that?
Okay. What?
Did you say that?
I said times.
Lies. Shot.
Oh, bullshit.
What a shot, Bob.
Anyways, I watched the Mr. Beast video today and he was giving away this private jet for this guy who's like a pilot. And he basically
Go.
kept him in jail for like 2.5
Wait, didn't your fucking thing go in?
well,
Your slider went in. Oh, it was really close then.
I would never like that.
Dude, I know your slider went in.
How can I stuff up?
The,
See, that's not my concentration.
the game is rigged.
You can't fucking do that. If there's a ref here. here, he'd be
Come on, baby.
here's a pilot. He's going to win $1,000,000 jet, and all he has to do is survive for 100 days, which is like over 3 months of jail. He can't talk to his family.
Stop. Stop.
It's like, oh, it is like,
Look at these shots.
I actually broke up the fucking.
I can't hear you over the sound of all these drums going into the fucking. Yeah, they are.
No, they're called discs.
I think they're called drums as well.
No, no one said that.
The people who call it a party do.
That's like one of my favorite memes. But no one knows who that is. No one says that.
I made that up.
No one pronounces
I made that up. I think it's
it. No, no,
hilarious.
no.
Whenever I want to say I don't know what about what you're talking, I just say no one calls it that. No one knows what you're talking about.
Even if they're like very well known,
Right. Or like
they're
nobody thinks that's cool. And then I'm just basically nobody. Oh, what a shot.
not.
No one likes that.
What
Like,
a noob.
like Zoot will come in here and he'll be like, did you see Survivor episode 2? And I'll be like, no, I think that's cool. Survivor. Or do you know who so and so is? I'll be like, nobody knows. Gotcha. All right, you want to play the old fashioned way?
That's kind of cool. Like, cool.
Oh, okay. I'm terrible at this. I have played 22 times and I've won 5. All right, 1v1 8 ball, random breaks, normal scoring.
Whatever. I want to see how. It's not like nerds where it's just like you literally control it. Oh, it's my turn to break, so I guess yeah, actually,
There's like a thing on the side. Pull it back.
no, I should
I'm so shitty at this.
go for the 8 ball. You get the 8 ball.
I told you I'm shitty at this.
What kind of a flying aim? What's that?
Firing game?
Flying on
Stop. Drop. Okay. You know who's pretty good at this is you. Wait, oh, fine aim. That's like if you want to put spin on it. Oh, did you see that go in and then come out? No, when you hit it too hard, that happens, and I always blast it as hard as I can. Oh, that's just how I am. No way that goes in. No way. That's just, Okay, stop, drop, put it down, open up, stop. Whoa, whoa, that's a Rough Riders roll. Stop, drop, put it down, open up, shop. Whoa, whoa, oh, that's a Rough Riders roll. I'm gonna dedicate my next shot to Aaliyah. Oh, she died in a plane crash. She was an artist, very pretty woman. She could have gotten it. Yeah, it was a woman. She's like a female R&B singer. She sang the song. I don't know. She's a good dancer. I'm trying to think of the song she sang. She sang a bunch, but I'm in her subreddit. That's a yes.
Place for you, but yeah, I'll see if you pick up this shot. Nope, you should have gone for the green.
Oh, I didn't even see that one. I'm not good at this game.
Oh, this is hard. Never down.
Do you know who Nick Cannon is?
Yeah, first father.
Yeah. I knew that. He had this song called Gigolo that I really like. He goes, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, he also has a show in LA called the Nick Cannon Show. It's on Power 106.
Should never get that guy a platform
Look at this shot.
downtown.
I'm a gigolo, got lots of hope. Can't tell it. I'm sitting on flow, sitting on with fresh clothes. Always surrounded by so many hoes.
Road to the other one also.
Are
Uh, yeah,
you proud of the way that you're playing?
place that.
Yeah, dog. Place it wherever the fuck you want, son. Terrible shot. No, you can't hit the black one first. You have to hit a strike first, son. You know what? If you scratch on the 8 ball, do you lose?
It's a weird rule.
Yeah, that rule sucks. You know who's really good at billiards?
Uh, you know,
I'm gonna make you guess. We mentioned his name today. I almost certainly have. If not, I talk about him all the time. He's good at a lot of things. No, he's good at a lot of things.
Trevor,
Like, no way. No way, dog. You're fucked here, though. You're fucked here.
no. Oh, look at this fire.
No way. Quit with this bullshit. Quit it.
Oh, I almost break it up on you. You like that angle. That was the IQ angle.
I won.
Scratch. Oh, I should have just like not hit the ball, but you know, or something.
Six. Go to best shot. I do like this where they show you the best shot. My best shot was not even that good of a shot. I really should have
From 1 foot away.
shot. Okay, so you have the same one. All right. You want to play? You want to play cutthroat?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Let's play 8 ball but trick shot. 8 ball but trick shot. I think you have to bounce it off the balls and stuff.
My what
Whoa.
the fuck was that? That's not what happened. Illegal. But
Why would you?
when I played for like
Oh, I
lose.
instant lose.
Wait, why are you recording that?
This is gonna take hours. How did
I
you?
was wrong for that. Right? You got this shit. That was also not good for some reason.
Oh, you. I bet you have to knock it off the wall.
I've never seen someone do that. Oh,
So
or
what in the fuck?
that's what the way.
Get in, dude. I just gave you the easiest shot in the world. Is this a trick shot?
Oh,
Combo shot. Riser strikes. It's got to be trick shots, dog.
it doesn't. What the fuck is that?
It's got to bounce off something.
Why would you select that? This game. No,
To be 60.
that wouldn't have.
Why?
Because you didn't bounce it up.
I bounced one ball off the other ball. So You either have to bounce it off the side rail, or off another ball.
This is gonna be obstacles.
It's gonna take hours. One of us is just gonna put the 8 ball in. Yeah, man.
Uh,
You got
what am I supposed to do?
did anything go in?
No,
No.
getting out of here.
No.
Right now, I have
You're good. There's no way you're gonna get anything in, dude. Combo 20 plus 20. Rollers are popping with the 15 ball.
I'm halfway done. Oh, yeah.
Bank shot.
I had a fire with one of them. It's fun. French guy, like, ran up in there to play. Maybe a year in the dark. And this second French guy was just like, on table, and like, just doing a chalkboard where you go put your names down on the board.
Right.
And it's supposed to be like, oh, you play a game, and whatever. But for their name on board next, it's playing it with your career. But this French guy was just like, oh no, I spent the table, and it's tennis court type shit. And like, you have to like play a game.
Yeah. Isn't that how it works? Isn't wait, isn't that how it works?
What do you mean?
Like basically you play on the table and then somebody's gotta beat you to get on the table next.
Wait, that's how it's supposed to work.
I think so.
That was just don't think the best player on the table.
I mean there
Does that help?
no, it could be played both ways. No. It could be played both ways. It could be played the way that you want, which is, hey, you just get to go, and then the next people get to play with whomever they want, and then the next people can play with whomever they want. Or it could be whatever team sport is, where you have to beat that guy to get the table. No way.
Yeah, that is just like I don't want to. I want to play with my friend. I don't want to play with like
Right.
random dude.
And even if you did play him, like, what are the odds you're going to beat him if he's really good?
Yeah, I know. I lost. And it's like still there, like 8 games later. But
Nice scratch, big man.
I played the game one time.
Combo shot.
Yeah, all the bank shots.
That would be cool.
Fuck, this is like actually telling. That's got to count.
Kick shot, dude. That was great. That was really impressive.
Oh,
Kick shot. No, it had to hit the rail first.
oh no, but if the ball bounced in the corner somehow. Yeah, thanks for the next.
Why do you call it the Nick shot? It's the kick shot.
That's what it says.
It said kick shot.
Let's see. My bad.
Dude, that was really good.
I mean, I'm somehow getting through this thing a little bit.
You only need to get 2 more in. Your time is running down serious. You're running out of time, son.
I gotta line it up.
You're running out of time, son.
Oh,
I dedicate this shot to Jewel. What? Combo shot. Scratch.
the ball.
I don't know. Did you see how many times that ball went back and forth? Why didn't the ball come back out?
I guess keep the ball. Because trick shot.
I don't like that.
You just gotta
I know. I don't think I should have gotten that. I would, if I could, I would take the ball out. No way.
stop. Oh, game over.
You have a very good shot. You hit my ball first.
I
No,
don't
you
think
didn't.
so.
No, you didn't. You did. I need a kick shot.
This shot's never gonna work. That didn't count.
No, it didn't.
Why is the ball gone?
I think it's.
Ball gone.
I think it's. You have to. I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't. The ball still disappears even if you don't hit the trick shot.
It doesn't make any sense.
Or you just. Are you fucking serious? Just can't keep going.
Look at this bank. I have to do a trick shot because you have the lead.
Well, maybe he was not doing it. Open guess, which is pretty high probability. Brad, please. Brad. Oh, you placed him or
No way. No way.
oh, except you placed it anywhere. Are you serious? Messed up game, man? Are you fucking kidding me?
But I think you win.
No. No, 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 no.
You actually have a kind of difficult shot.
This is,
Did you get any points on the last one?
oh, you have to hit a trick shot. Okay. Wow. Game just keeps getting better.
No way.
It's good for us.
No, got it. Scratch.
What? How is that not foul?
Trick shots, baby.
This is your demise.
No, it's not. Stop.
Here's you have chance.
Pop the 8 ball, son.
Oh, okay. Doesn't give you the power. You don't really feel that. Okay, so I should have won twice.
Wait,
That's still pretty long pick.
no way. Quit
Well,
calling it Nick shot. It's Nick shot.
that's the time.
The reason why I sent it to you is it said that William Montgomery might pronounce it that way.
Did you see the screenshot I sent of William Montgomery?
Yeah.
It's like, it's actually, yeah.
Oh,
Hey, no, not, no.
best shot. Let's see best shot. Oh, and I had the best shot, didn't I?
That shot was one of them.
Yeah, that 8 ball right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're never playing that again. All right, what do you want?
Loved it.
Karam?
That's what it's fucking thing.
Karam Pool?
Sending you an invite.
Disco?
Uh,
Dude, where's the invite?
this game. There's so much strategy.
And you have to be so good with the touch.
Oh no.
Hi, Rusty. I'm Rabbi.
Are you? Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, there's a backboard at the back.
You lost. No doubt.
Oh, go. One, take them out.
2-0.
Cards.
You need one of the best shots of your life. I won 1-0.
Only one. That's pretty good.
I wasn't impressed. Oh, hey, there's a daily goal today. You have to win 3 games, and we have to play. Next game we play has to be bounced.
So,
I know, but just let me win, so that I get the reward. Well, just play to be a nice person.
all right. Why do you look at the board?
Because I might get 100 tokens. You want to see something? Yep.
Only tokens.
Click on your username and you can see. Nope, it's perfect. Oh, stay.
No, no.
2-0. All right, bounce, baby. 2 players. Easy. Riser. It's go.
Try to
I bet this game's super popular in the future.
know it's still this game and all that.
I love how this is like the easy mode, but it's still like really hard.
The hard mode.
Yeah, dude, I'm playing like a G.
Right on your tail.
Yeah, you are. Well, gotcha, baby. 300 points. I've never gotten one of the daily rewards.
Oh, no, it's not even.
You've never
Not
won? I got 100 points. I got a WASD bubble. I don't know what that means.
like the hardest.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, you ready? Pro. You have an invitation. 4, 3,
And then
2, 1.
uh,
Fuck.
click on the snow. What?
Oh, fuck.
No.
I like this one. It's easy. Dude, this one's hard. Fuck.
The waiting part.
I know.
Oh, this one's. No. Oh, oh,
I'm fucked.
no.
Dude, I'm stuck.
Yes.
Yeah, I got stuck.
Oh,
Come on. Come on.
this is so frustrating.
Come on.
Right.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up again.
Oh, come on.
Come on. This one's so hard. Angle's throwing me off. This one's so hard.
Uh, oh my lord.
This one's so hard. You're fucked.
I was hovering it.
This one's so,
No! I got to the second.
oh no. Okay, I can get it.
No!
This is so hard. Fuck.
Oh, I did it.
Good job. You got your first win.
Wow.
Oh,
That was excruciating.
yeah.
My
I'm,
arm hurts.
play me in darts.
I'm so sorry.
Play me in darts first. Try to beat me in darts. Just all you have to do is beat me in darts. Dude, you're not bad.
It's way too sensitive. Am I supposed to go for certain numbers?
You want to get to exactly zero, not more than zero. It's 25.
I don't know more. There we go. I was telling you already.
Get that 20.
Plus,
You can't go over. Check out.
what that means.
You ready for?
I don't know how to play, but read that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna show you how it's done, son. I dedicate this game to Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah, the inside ring is triple, the outside ring is double. No, because it's times three, so it's three, and I went over. The the circle inside. Yep.
What do you mean by right?
Reload. You're blocking your microphone. Yeah, I can hear you. You're a little better. Yep, because I'm a pimp. Well, we can make it longer. You want to make it longer? Okay, 501 pro double out, which means on the last one, you have to get it in the outside ring. It means you can't end on like even on an odd number.
They should just make it so it's like more random. That's my discussion there. Oh, ow.
You're down 103 points. I do this to Zook to piss him off.
I like that super good.
He is good, but he's not good at. He's good at 100. He's not good at 500. Takes a lot of consistency. Good job. Good job with that. Was good. You're down 4.
Yes. Oh, you really going for that?
That's the most, the best one to go to which to go. It's triple 20. It's the highest thing you can get. You're down 110. You got a triple 20. Oh, dude, you just got 100. You're down 10. Great job, dude.
Oh my god. So you can't look it up.
Correct. 20, 17, 20. That was good.
If you press the books,
No.
or you said,
You just have to check.
whatever. No!
That's good.
I don't know what winner. Going to go for 211.
That's no. You don't want two 11s. You want the outer ring on 11. Do you see it flashing?
Alright,
No. You can do something else. Now you have to get the 4s. The 4-1. Just get the 4. Get the 1.
It's very this part of it. I might actually
Well, you're gonna win. Now get the 1. You got it. You won.
never find that again.
All right. Archery. It just called me Robin Hood. Let me steal from the rich, given to the poor. Would you take that? Would you take a 20, 26 right now? 8. You're down 18. 7. You're down 11. 7.
You should not be able to. If you let the time go down that far, so much that it's impossible to make a shot. I have to shoot at that theory of before it's only halfway, or else it just gets too shaky and wobbly.
I'm a grown man, not B2K.
No,
You need 2 10s to be able to tie.
we just started. This is 2 3.
Well, that's rough. Get it.
All north. North. That was
You're done, son.
uh,
It's over for you. You should probably hit those 3, the thing in the corner, the button with the 3 dots on it. Just press resign. It's over, baby. Right now, you need 2 11s.
I've done 2 nights in a row.
10, baby. It's over. I've beaten you like 6 games in a row.
What are you talking about? I just beat you.
No, in
And
archery.
archery,
Yeah, we don't play that one where you do as many in a minute as you can do. That was sick.
easy shot.
That's a bullseye. Bullshit.
There's actually 9.
Fuck.
Played out.
You made me fuck up. You made me fuck up. 9. Dude, you made me fuck up. 9. Get a 6. 7. All right, I need a comeback. 9. 9. I dedicate the shot to Zoo. 5. That was not good, dude. You need to miss. 8. You just need 2 sevens. 8. Just get a 6. Tied going in the last. 8. That's not good.
7.
6. 7.
Oh, that's good.
You might be able to beat me. 9. You just need 2 sixes. 9. You need a 3. This game's rigged. Rigged.
I feel like 6.
Fuck that. What are we playing?
Around.
All right.
Yes.
What do you want to play?
Individual.
Pool or classic? You're covering your mic, son.
I'm not going to break my mic.
Now you're not. Now you're not. Now you're good.
Am I going to talk?
Got a little hole.
No, you actually have to break it up. Listen, I'm not.
Do you see what I just did?
Trying to shift it.
I hit it too hard.
That's what you said. So now I'm good. It's fucking come forward.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I'm crying right now. Have you seen Penny versus Penny?
Nobody knows what that is.
Oh my god, you haven't seen that? No, it's so fucking. Can you watch it together? And that way, on that.
Yeah, if you. Oh, it was. I don't care about. I don't care about demonetization. I care about copyright.
I just, oh shit, I don't
Free for all.
know.
dedicate this shot to Zoot, my favorite comedian. No longer William Montgomery. Oh, for sure. Look at this shot, dude. You're not getting the red one in. Told you. You didn't hit the red one in. Yeah, but you're not going to get it now. You're fucked. You're fucked. What does that do for you?
The red.
Right. What does that do for you?
No,
No.
I want to see what happens. I want to know what happens. If you sing your three right now,
It's a good question. I just gave you a shot.
I want to find out what happens. If you didn't sing the red one at all, that's it. And the queen come out. No, the queen didn't come out.
The queen sucks. I guess it's just like an obstruction in the middle.
You have to see.
Yeah.
I mean, the other one is where
Classic pool freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210.
uh, no. Oh,
Dude, what a great way to start. Maybe the best start you've ever seen.
never seen that.
No, that was amazing. That was amazing. I dedicate this shot to R. Kelly. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy.
You know what?
Dude, you're destroying me. What? Dude, I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. I dedicate this shot to Apex Twin. Apex Twin. I dedicate this shot to Eve. I dedicate this shot to Misty Misdemeanor Elliott. I dedicate this shot to Lil Kim. I dedicate this shot to Nelly. Okay, now tell me everything you want about Canada. Tell me everything you want about Canadian history. What's your Canadian history thing? When? That's wild shit, dog. What the fuck was that?
Do you know who the Liver King is?
Yeah, dog. He's a terrorist.
No one knows who that is.
That's true. I think it's hilarious that they consider him a terrorist. Like, come on, don't you have anything better to do than call that motherfucker?
What are you
He like threatened Joe Rogan, and now he's in jail, and they let him out, and they charged. Yeah, yeah, he did. They charged him with terrorism. You think I'm making this up? He drove to Austin, Texas. You didn't hear about this? He drove to Austin, Texas. He went on Instagram Live and was like, Joe Rogan, I want to take this on with you man to man, and I'm going to beat your ass when I see you. I want to fight you, something like that. And that's considered like making a criminal threat. And they arrested him.
saying you want to take it on man to
Yeah, I'm going to fight you. So they, yeah, and got a no contact order. Yeah, he just said he's on steroids and shit, and like this shit. Whatever. Yeah, but Liver King and everything. Oh,
But I don't think he's on steroids.
dude, he's on a ton of steroids. Dude, everybody on the podcast circuit.
Liver King at all.
Yeah, he did. You know, he came out and said that. He was like leading people astray by making you think that he could look like that. just naturally.
I was like basically grip people trying to get stuff.
Word,
Oatmeal diet.
word. This is my last game.
I mean, I'm still in.
I do. We have,
This would be a good comeback.
we have yet to have someone win while the other person would suck the red ones. Like hitting the red ones like a guaranteed win. Like, yeah.
Oh,
Wrote. All right.
yeah, big 15 minutes. Everyone knows.
No one knows. Oh, that's a real person.
Yeah, it's not like Photoshop or anything.
I thought it was. I was like, oh wow, somebody bigger than David Lucas.
Yeah,
Who the fuck is that guy?
he's like some rapper.
What kind of chair is that?
Just desperately needs us.
Yeah, big time. He's so much healthier with it.
Yeah, I mean,
Or he'd be dead because that like kills people. Suicide. No.
yeah, his chair, his custom chair. That,
Oh.
that guy was huge. He must be like 500 pounds, maybe 600.
He's a big.
Like, yeah, that got me thinking. Like, I want to be like custom craft levels of like fat. That's my target right now. He's like literally my life.
With like baby hair on my ass.
Yeah, what would your custom tracksuits for these people? Greatest of creation. Who's the most overweight person you know?
Like that. Um, I felt that very big. but say definitely the best, the biggest guy that if you like that. He's probably living with that. David, I know that's what I thought. I thought it was Photoshop. David was so small.
Like Photoshop. Like, look like Photoshop. My cousins was like was very large. Um, she's probably like number one, but yeah, also his therapist, Greg, Mobile, and he was amazing, dude. Super. He was like almost like worst therapist, like ever. It was super funny. Like my parents went to see him, and they like sat down or whatever. And like one of the first thing he says is like, "Listen, I don't give a shit like whether you guys are together or not. I'm just fucking here to like see if you guys want to work through it." Yeah, and of course, he was not like more like and he would not he could easily be like Santa Claus. Small.
Let me see that again. If I had you, and still that, like I said, have the but hope that listen, I think we got something. So he'd be able to get back to people. Yeah, it's that people like that.
I mean, I feel like the team one guy like is gonna be like everything, right?
If I'm just
He's just a school bus. But
literally just sent that to me. I thought it had been photoshopped, and you were just making a joke about like, hey, I photoshopped this guy so big that he's the link, and the joke is that he's the link. He's that big, but he's not. He didn't Photoshop him. Oh, you watch the Joey Diaz podcast?
It's called like Church of something.
The new one. Yeah, if you watch it, it's called
What's it called?
The Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament.
Okay.
He's had so many different podcasts. He started out with a podcast called Beauty and the Beast. Then he did the Church of What's Happening Now. Then he did Uncle Joey's Joint. Then he did the Catch Up, and then he did the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament. That's 5 of them. And
He posted a video on Instagram where he like made some pretty crappy joke. Like really like kind of funny, but it's sarcastically like I think it was like an Epstein joke or something, but it just did not land well. People in the comments were like, it's just like offensive. It's not. It's just like a really offensive thing to say. He's like, suck a fucking. Can't even fucking do it there. Should have been there.
yeah, his new podcast kind of sucks. And though the one he did when he was in LA was, I mean, it kind of sucked too, but they had some really good episodes. And they've become classics now. And I don't know. I don't like. I like him. I think he can be funny. But if you've ever seen his stand up, it sucks. Or at least his stand up special sucks. Though when you hear people say when he kills sometimes harder than like but Joe Rogan says that. People in Reddit say that. I just like his I shouldn't like him at all. He's like not a good person. He used to make chicks suck his dick to get stage time at the Comedy Store, which I really fucking hate. Like I have in this Discord, I got like the Joe Rogan Experience and Joey Diaz podcast, and I sometimes consider taking that one out just because it's like I don't want to endorse this, but you got some of them that are just so they're like hilarious that I'm like, oh whatever. That you separate the art from the artist. Um, we've got that podcast sucks. 10 Million podcast is pretty good. Theo Vaughn's. I don't like when he interviews like famous people too much. I like when he interviews just like what do you think of Schultz. Uh, Flagrant 2. Yeah, his podcast is called Flagrant 2.
Like,
Yeah, he's pretty funny. Um,
my brother like.
I
I
became
don't find. I don't think he's that. No, I don't think he's like. He's just like a regular person.
I became a fan of his
Like,
during the pandemic. He did some funny like Instagram shorts or reels or things. Like that's how I found out about him. And then he did the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was funny on there. Um, I've gotten into Matt Chain's secret
is
podcast.
he like Italian or something? He seemed like Italian.
Yeah, he's probably like Italian and German. I don't know. Though. I know his mom was a professional ballerina or something. So like he kind of grew up in the New York. Um,
Oh yeah, man. It's like
yeah, uh, his mustache throws me off. Same with um, what's his- Shane Gillis's. It's like I don't know. Nobody wears a mustache anymore except like these comics, and it's like they almost do it to be funny. So I don't really get that, but That's fun. Um, I've been getting into Matt and Shane's Secret podcast.
Right? Oh yeah, for good thing that like the beard endorsement.
I don't endorse beers, but basically,
Like that is just like you should have it.
yeah. So the halakha or Jewish law is that you don't want to cut the corners of your face, and so some people interpret the corner of your face to be like your sideburns. But I have heard from Orthodox people and Rabbinical colleagues that that was interpreted as your mouth. So I've known Orthodox Jews to just have uh, mustaches, but like this one time I was at this really big rabbinical event, like all these Chabad rabbis were there, and of all of them, of maybe like 150 rabbis, only one of them just had a mustache, just one. Like everybody else. Um,
Yeah, yeah. So it's very like common for Orthodox Jewish people to have beards.
yeah, but like um, I've known rabbis who you would look at and you would be like, does that person have a beard? And they just have like a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. That's kind of the thing too. Um, the key is we don't use straight razors. Um, so we don't. Yeah, we just use like electric razors or like scissors or something. But
So
yeah,
you can never do like a clean shave.
you're not supposed to. Now, there are reasons where, for like medical reasons, why you might need to like shave a part of your body for a surgery. But generally, um, that's not even supposed to be done. It should just be done with like an electric razor. And it goes back to like the kingdom
Women as well.
of women. There's some there's some leniency, but generally it's just upon the man. Um, and it's thing with having a beard is you want people to be able to identify you as a man at a distance. That was important, and so having just like a clean face is like a it's not it's like it feminizes you a little bit. Um, but again, I've known Orthodox people who I didn't ask them, but I'm sure they've used like Gillette razors before, and that's just what they do. Um, Another thing you'll see are guys that who like might shave their head, and you don't ask them like how they do it, but like I'm sure they can probably use like one of those electric razors, but I'm sure some of them probably use a straight razor. It's all just it's very traditional, um, but like generally you're gonna see rabbis, you're gonna have beards, Orthodox rabbis. Now, conservative, reform, humanitarian, or humanist, and Reconstructionists, they do their own thing, so I can't really speak on their behalf. But you'll see basically like a beard, usually about the length of mine, sometimes a little shorter, sometimes a little longer. There are, it depends on what you're going to be. Like if you have a secondary job, a lot of times you won't have as long of a beard. I've known some rabbis with lawyers, and they'll just have like a 5 o'clock shadow permanently, or just like a short beard. Um, the key too is
You know
like,
why? But most people don't have a mic, but you know what? Trim, right?
yeah, yeah, you can use scissors or like an electric razor. It's fine.
What do you use?
Usually when I grow a beard, I just let it go, and then like the I've had a beard really, really long before, like down to my almost down to my belly button. Um, like
Okay.
yeah, it was. I thought it was maybe like a year, so like maybe not really, and this was like 2018, 2020 or something like that. Yeah,
That's like the secret level.
like 2 months. Yeah, yeah. And then I was going to continue to grow it, but it became difficult because of math, like everybody and everything. And so it wasn't really fun. And I just, like, it made me want to do it. And I thought, okay, well, um, and I was going to start speaking more. And I thought, well, I probably should have like a more. So I stayed I was interesting because it, I never had a beard. I had a beard at a time, like pretty long, but not really that long. I had, when I shaved it, there's all kinds of dead skin that's on your skin that you can't get to. And you have to like get it like exfoliated and get that done. And that's most recent time. Just figured I'm just gonna go for it. And I'm gonna do beard. So I have to change.
You like the beard.
Um,
You
so it has pros and cons. The pros are you don't have to do it. The cons are get stuck in it. You guys are like watching. Um, it also sheds, and you have to make sure like there are weird things that you can do like oils to make sure that it's okay. Like, um, it's much easier than shaving. And I do like usually I would do all these shaving tutorials when I would shave like kind of Instagram or something like that. And I would just teach people how to shave, but just with your shaver. And I got really into watching so I tried to learn how to basic it doesn't, especially
we tried manscaped. The manscaped.
yeah. So that kind of came out after I started those, or maybe it was out, but I didn't know. But I had my Reddit catalog and on and one of the best things I've ever had is something that I can pop somewhere and it has the best battery in it. I not charged it like for years. Dude, I should have told you that. I forgot to. So, you're always asking about there's this one invention that I came about totally randomly. And it really parts of my stream. And I got it on video. This is so strange. So I would do a lot of IRL content, especially like I do IRL content like every night when I first started. And I needed lights to be able to see myself on camera. And I have these things that I hold on the camera and publish it. Well, one of these lights, like I don't know if you've seen these social media influencers lights, it's just like a rectangle, it's like a pure white light. It's just pure white. I would charge it every night, and it would like hold the battery for like I don't know 6 8 hours of just being on, but then it would start to on. Well, this one day I think I dropped it, like cracked part of it,
light and the stick that goes into the light. And the part where the stick attaches to the light cracked. So I took some Gorilla Glue and just started putting it in the hole and just kept putting it in there to see how much it would be. I figured, like, well, it's eventually going to fill up, and then it's just going to be, like, really, really hard when it hards. Well, I put, like, a whole bottle of Gorilla Glue in there. I'm not kidding about this. That light didn't shut off. It was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for, like, 45 days straight. It's like, no way. I developed a new kind of fucking technology that, like, no one knows about. And, like, take one of those lights and put this glue in it, and somehow, some way, just didn't shut off. It was in my car for 24 hours. I did never shut it off, and I was on camera when I did this. So I have really good evidence. But there's something about those lights, if you put Gorilla Glue in them, they'll last for like weeks. And really, really bright. I mean, this was like a really bright light. I couldn't believe it didn't die. It's like the battery, when the glue got into the battery, it caused it to die.
Recharge it?
No, I just left it on. Like, I added this little science project. So every day when I get in my car at night, I'd be like, dude, this light's still on. This is incredible. And it would still be really, really bright. I mean, bright as
Before that, sharp, water, how
6 hours.
fix the stand on my
But it made me think, like, there's,
Any explanation for that? That seems
it's like the most random thing. It's like a thing I invented, like, discovered. I shouldn't say invented, but it's like when, like somebody discovers something, I asked ChatGPT about it. Yo, dog, like, this one time, like a light, an LED light, for social media, on your camera, like, or like, the light you up. It's about the size of, like, I don't know, 3x5 card, and I poured a bunch of Gorilla Glue in it one time, and then, like, the light would shut off at like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. But when I poured out the Gorilla Glue in it, it lasted for like 45 days, and without any charging, and it was really bright. Why would this be? Listen to me, the animal. One time you're sitting there with your little social media light, you're gonna make a TikTok. Maybe flex a bicep, maybe say you should make it 6 legs. The light's got a battery life of 6 hours, maybe 8 if the light feels generous. But then you go full cook mode. You say, fuck it, and pour a bucket of Gorilla Glue into this like a fucking maniac. It wasn't a bucket, but it was like a bottle. Like you are something some sort of like, and then suddenly that son of a bitch is blowing like a lighthouse on meth for 45 days. That's exactly. Um, Now let's break it down science style, Uncle Joey style. Gorilla Glue ain't magic, but it's a chemical body that when it cures, it expands itself. It might have shorted or bridged something into light circuitry, but not like in a pot network. Maybe like it created a Frankenstein network. Bypass the battery cutoff. Fuse the regulators. That's exactly right. Could have sealed in air, reduced heat loss. That could be electronics take heat. You suffocated that heat like a rocket and made it safe. But maybe the battery efficiency skyrocketed. Maybe your battery was charging an external free source node inside it. No, this thing not charging any of it. Or maybe you just hallucinate. I mean, I had it on camera. This isn't like, oh, I had a dream. No, I had it on camera, and I would document every single day, and I got the footage. the squirt of fluid. So if I had to explain it in any way, you could have sealed in the air producing heat loss, but it also could have like used the regulator. I don't know, but it was like Frankenstein energy. It eventually did die, but not after 45 days of doctor. I have it on GoPro. I remember being like, "Hey, this fucking light is still going? I can't believe it." And that's exactly right. It was like, I thought to myself, like, if I were a camper, this would be like the
Except
ultimate.
you can't turn it up. That's the one.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
But you could just put it face down and it would shut it off.
That's not
I shouldn't say shut it
shutting
off.
it off. Like, just
Yeah,
bring it up.
yeah, get up.
It
But
works.
it worked. I mean, it was pretty great. It was like,
Seeing like world's uh, biggest flashlight.
yeah,
So-
dog. I love watching that shit when they're in like an apartment complex and they turn it on and it's like lighting up like all the buildings around them.
Yeah, there's a whole subreddit of that.
Yeah, I think I'm in it. I'm in the flashlight one.
I this is not a good thing. And remind me like later to maybe we can go through the rest of the conspiracy shit. That's also the way I talked about. So I heard something that David Will that he would purchase like this bottle of pheromones from somewhere, and like whatever you spray it on yourself, apparently the pheromones make you like irresistible.
Oh, for sure, dude.
There's
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. I absolutely do. I've got it myself in cologne bottles.
clones or pheromones.
No, you put the pheromones in the cologne bottle. Then you spray it on yourself.
Oh, where the fuck do you get the pheromones?
It's on. You can also do them from overseas.
Where do they come from?
I think it's just a chemical. So maybe lab.
Yeah, well,
Yo, dog, where do you get pheromones? Okay. Pheromones work. Where did they get that? Yeah, that makes sense. Scientists identify what pheromones stuff like interest and drugs. These are naturally present in life. And they replicate that chemically.
that'd be awesome. Yeah, but do that.
I mean, I didn't use them a lot. I just would try it just to see if it had everything there. And I wasn't like at the time. I mean, I couldn't tell you if it worked. Like I get numbers or something at a bar. I can't tell you if it was pheromones or not. And I wouldn't put it in like I don't wear like normal cologne. It would be like just in like a cologne like bottle, like the spray. Like sometimes they come in just like a little eyedropper bottle, but I wanted to be able to spray so it had like a bigger effect. And I don't know. I mean, I think it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dubious. That thing. I mean, you're not them anyway. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like weird because you're like almost like it's like a subconscious like thing that you really did it.
Yeah, but girls do that shit too with perfume.
So I think perfumes and pheromones are two totally separate things.
I know what you're saying. I'm saying that like using subconscious things. Like women use makeup to make themselves look younger and blemish free. I get though what you're saying. Pheromones are like completely silent. They're like completely undetectable. So it seems like it's like not fair, no pun intended, versus like makeup you can see it. So I get it.
Yeah, I think females probably. I don't know if there's like. I think that there's female pheromones like so females could use it as well. Probably
That's true. I can tell you
somehow human affinity or whatever.
I can tell you it works exceptionally well with animals because we the people on the house had like they went to Iran and got like some kind of nuts or something that eventually had like moth larvae in it, and we had unbelievable fucking moths. And so I bought these moth traps that have pheromones in them, and it got them, but it's like attracted all the moths in um,
Oh,
200, and it would attract them with pheromones, and they worked really, really
right. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, human beings are animals, or you might not be as sensitive to it as the moths are. It's probably people have figured that out that covering yourself with pheromones makes all the gravitate.
well. I'll tell you what, I think it does to some extent.
Nice to work like that.
When women smell,
Would be great if it goes with like one spray of the pheromones. There's just like women just stalking you from like miles away trying to hunt you down.
well, I mean, if you've ever done like a really hard workout, you're like emitting all kinds of pheromones, and women are really attracted to that afterward. Like it can cause them to, it can cause them to ovulate. We are just creatures.
All right, I gotta
Take care, big dog.
let's switch to your pheromones. Pheromones.
I showed it, and I'm telling you that you are just like
Except for pheromones, that's just only human. That
right. Take care.
right figure we know.
millions of corporate dollars. I was a good look for that. They didn't put me in there, but while he was like the whole soul of ice, like there was no Gavin, there was no ice, like all the controversial news and notes shit, all those controversial articles about like trans shit early in like the early 2000s that he was doing. And the culture didn't look at it like looked at it today, you know, when he was being attacked for things that were openly discussed, like the dangers of trans. A lot of these people are doing it because they're perfect. So they're autogynephilia, you know, autogynephilia is a real thing. They're sexually aroused. They're pretending that they're women and they want to go into women's spaces and sexually aroused. You know, people are saying that, right? Like, was it the university that Leah Thomas was swimming in? And, okay, so they have to take away all of your quote. It's like a has penis and sexual according to Tony Hinchcliffe. But he actually the University of New York has apologized to all the women that were forced to compete with him, and you know, say that never do it again, and not allow women, which should be definitely perspective. You shouldn't be able to be treated as a person. You should be able to do whatever you want. Yeah, or you do whatever you want if you don't hurt other people, right? If you really believe you're women, like if you can fake tits, you can fake lips, and you can take a bunch of whatever you want to do. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. I'm going with tattoos. I've made some decisions. Like, do whatever you want to do. When you compete with women, you are essentially victimizing these women. You're forcing these women to compete with men through puberty. And if you still have a functional just fuck the hands. That's not making it. Just because you think you're a woman, basically we know there's a difference. I didn't know it was a giant problem until there was that fighter, Fallon Fox, who competed twice against women, letting them know that this person was biologically male for 30 years, fathered a child, hoped the only this is raised, and that his response was medical, which is horseshit.
Some cases, record. So, but if anything, feeling, experience, patient, the person wants to know, is this couple difficult literature at all. Entirely way that situation. You know, they so American tradition it's I'm going to parents the bride and groom. Basically only deals with he connects the text of the non-site. Just well, we don't have to have, have a experience of the world. So let's punch it where period. Tap or specifically small uh, but that and marry it more than ever. Uh, to this tendency to their behavior, whether initiating or is like, hey, where is the cars that direction. For example, Gorbachev, Again, peace. Then with respect to part of the reason that Rothschild generally a very fascinating and it's just it's just a provide to he has kind of then which special law particular source or a name not stuck into it. Drink a soda is in a sense the blessing. It is for that whole era. But here Howard goes, how's that? Uh, more Rabbi said, "What we need the, early ultimately from getting the second on the top. The remarkable is not the absolute stuff the women may not want to be. That's what that means. Really be for a victim. Yes, really, you're privileged because you're who has achieved set up pizza. There he is. Here, but it would be that kind of gives you stuff. One of the top American eight period. Sometimes basically, promising level of during instead of you have to pay to get right. It's kind of really for the design something this guy well I do not really that and with that what significant sense of how essentially what it's saying. Now, literal second and unfortunately get looking at amount behavior or portrait. These are the privilege society. Spain, other very you have more environment thinking, but no could be what that's not is is true. Uh, Perhaps bit of that I put really where some fog was kind of like a context. I think but here discussion on this. Let it just so we see there's these tremendous way for America is and different standards to stop. You know, so see, So that our witness one of the events in right here yeah, 12, which was mission. Which is where this trying to wait after 14 rather than 6. So that's why we're going to construct next semester. And here, the sense that in case we conflict, primarily in the topic, then for the back and the we're going to focus yes, over there's a few real phenomena that this year has spent short periods throughout we relate to the idea of being in the sport, tourism, it's like or sometimes a jump to fit activity. Uh, very much part of the five here, writing the uh, are so close to the pillars of power to get the appropriate they are heavily dependent on Jewish race located with Portugal and later made the whole one down and he accomplished the military. So, so this is phenomenal levels of um, America during of institutional this the United States recall talking about the typical medieval institution that deals with as a whole, the classes, the items of the collection. Because, for example, for and will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of the thousands.
you know, it's funny because a lot of people unfortunately are autistic, and they have this fear when you give testosterone to full behave. There's also, you know, you just hormone in them, but you're just doing it. It's like you might feel, but this is not like your true self. This is crazy. You're saying you should do it. You want to take testosterone, I don't. I feel it. No, it's a decision for you. I'm not. And I believe in 100% human freedom as long as you're not bringing other people. It's like translated into women's spaces. And, you know, that's what it is. That's crazy because you leave the loophole for perverts. There could be legitimately trans people that feel like they are the wrong product. And they want to live as a woman. They feel better. They also create people. If you have a way to turn who is just if someone has anorexia, you don't tell them, you're fat, you're correct, you're a skeleton, eat this way. No, you tell them, you're mentally ill, this is incorrect, you're not overweight. In fact, body dysmorphia can't see what you really look like, which we know is a real condition. Like, it's a real condition with anorexia. It's a real condition with body. It's a real condition with people with plastic surgery, where they get crazy lips and crazy cheeks. They can't see it. They can't see themselves. Themselves in the like monsters, looking like like monsters. They look like monsters. They keep tweaking and fucking with it, and they can't see it because it's a mental illness. It's the same thing. Like the human mind is incredibly fragile. That's why it's fascinating with trying these ultra techniques and different compounds on people's participation. Human people can be manipulated like very easily, shockingly easy. Not all of us, right? Like you're probably skeptical. There's a lot of skeptical people out there, but there's a bunch of people that are not skeptical at all. They're super cool. When an ideology forms, they step in line and they follow that ideology verbatim to the line and repeat the things that they're supposed to say to the line because they think that's what they're supposed to do in order to be in the good graces of this community. It's a fucking. And there's a shit ton of goals. It's not just movies. It's not just, you know, what blank. It's sorts of political ideologies. It's the far left. It's the political shit. Guy in New York City that's a communist. He just dubbed this much later transition. Yeah. It's still good. Grocery stores and stuff. He just this guy who made it. He's 100%. Because the other guy was the fucking Guardian Angels guy. The other guy was Sleeper. The guy wears the coffee. That's the guy. You know, nobody wants to be a mayor of New York City. So they're not. This guy's the left. Oh, he's way to the left. Yeah. He's young. He's energetic. He's saying all the right things about these kids that are in the streets. Protesting. You know, I think that would be a place which, hey, look, doing it with you. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. You can get indoctrinated into a particular way of thinking when I think objective on what's actually going on. All these people that are like running through the street now saying, free Iran. Like, yeah, free Iran from addictive shit. Absolutely. But if you're saying, like wear a scarf over your head and forced to do what the Iranian government wants to do, and live like they don't live free. Right. Like, they assassinated the fucking couple of people that was in Russia in Iran because he was protesting against the government. But it doesn't naturally happen to kill them openly. Like, it's not a good place to live, right? You know, I'm not saying we should bomb them, but like, we need to support the Iranian people, you know, for sure. But the government's there. It's like, you know, trans people for Hamas. I mean, this democratically elected. See, a lot of the times, like, women wear skirts around her, walk down the street. Cool. There it is. Mohammed Mossadegh. Okay. So let's zoom the story here. It says, Iranian Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh was removed from power in a coup organized and financed by British and U.S. governments that Shah quickly returned to take power and signed off for 40% of Iran's oil fields to U.S. companies. It's crazy, man. It's like it's so transparent. You can wait a couple of years and the Shah now thanks to signed everything off. Yep. 1953, the CIA, British intelligence orchestrated a coup d'etat that toppled the democratically elected government of Iran. The government of Mohammed Mossadegh, the aftershocks are still being felt. Prime Minister Mossadegh roused Britain's ire when he nationalized the oil industry. So the oil, they were making money off the oil. They were making money, but not as much money as the British were. Exclusively controlled by the oil company. The only thing the British petroleum. At least they're so that's the don't oil. That's considered military action. Right now, the North Korea is a very trivial attempt to get this man took over the White House. The CIA took part of its first covert operations and Iran's had fought ever since. We've been doing stuff like that. You and I, Joe, but the United States government, especially the intelligence agencies in the days before the assassination, and they were doing all kinds of weird shit. That's John did. We don't do that. We don't do that shit. I know. This was never using our weird shit with oil. And now it's going to America first. They don't give that shit. It's crazy. It's true. You don't know the history. You don't know what that is. Why they like what? How did this Islam jihad is come to? Like where it all started? Well, go back to the jihad. We literally changed their definition of jihad. Like we wanted them to become citizen bombers. We wanted them to do things they weren't themselves. So we the definition of jihad. Look this up. Creation or was war against your own license. This idea was you were trying to be a pure Muslim. You were trying to avoid impure thoughts, going up on the wall, these different things. And they twisted it around with the jihadists and third and us, Muslim Iran, who tried to bring on the Soviet Union, occupied Afghanistan. But also, Bin Laden was organized, right? He was one of the first, and he's like these fucking pieces of yeah, there's a story of it. The struggle against the spiritual struggle within oneself against creating jihad. This sounds very interesting, but the spiritual struggle within itself against just reading it. So it sounds like it's more than definition. So it's declared jihad against the struggle fighting against the enemies of Islam. So it's two things. But they made it, they do a lot of mind fucking to those people, and they put them on a war. They kind of went to try to do the same thing that they were doing with the rocket program and everything. We're trying to outspend the Soviets. They were trying to be perfect. That part of it is just like how much of it has to do with the fact that we've been occupied that part of the world for so long. Like going out there and feeling all that guys and the kids and seeing their families being slaughtered. And like, okay, we're eliminating terrorism. Let's take out these bad guys. And then you grow up and realize it's just a fight where you cut your head off before you bring it back. You want to be more simple. receipts. Which is a joke, but I've always been doing that. I've done that forever. Yeah, what's the my favorite fiction makes the historic things with the property. The selling business. He's like, yeah, I like this guy. Right? It's like it's my idea. What the fuck, the same guy. Saying these things when no one even knew what you say. It's putting it in the when people then not nearly as aware of the manipulation of money in power. I really thought, well, for us having a good precedent here, for us, they didn't really understand this. What we're being paid by special interest groups, large corporations, donors, and then when the guy gets in there, he's just representing the same thing. It's astonishing. Did to be able to internalize the process of ideas and rework them, draft after draft, and refine it into the most perfect way to communicate to people to where it lands. It's fucking crazy. In today's day and age, it's almost like you would think it would be easier with all the access to information, but if you might be no worker, just too much information. Like last night, listening to you talk, it was fucking incredible, dude. Like listening to how you were at the end doing this thing, like the Q&A with the remote, and you're like, like you're just on another gear. It's like you're so octane and you're so up to speed with everything that's happening around the world at all times. It's fun how you're able to do stuff, how you're able to stay up with the way they do podcasts every day. We have like up to speed with all the news and like have like thoughts through all of these things that you did yesterday. I'm just think about that. That's all I do. You do. You only pay attention to fascinating things that are interesting to you and they're also interesting to the audience. Right. So this is my job. This is my job, kind of attention. Opinions and things. And then try to make it funny. Try to put it in a way that's going to be hilarious on stage. What do you think about that Diddy thing that was happening? Or is that crazy? What Kurt Metzger called this from the beginning, and especially when he found out that Kobe's daughter was going to be the judge. Did you know that? No. Yeah. Wasn't she the same judge on the Gleam? It's like, bro, where's the videos? They were telling us the videos are going to come out. Incredibly high profile people doing horrendous things, evil things. People are going to go to jail. People are going to be shocked. Whatever. For nothing. When I think about the Diddy thing, fuck, these people are all the age. They're over like 18 years old. And shit, what are you doing? Trying to like use people and leverage them to do these weird sexual things and like sick shit, just the most sick shit you could possibly think of. But like the way I look at it is these people are using this stuff to like take away from the real child trafficking that's going on with like underage kids. Right? There's like what 300,000 missing kids. Like talking about dating oil parties with these 18-year-olds. Like, do I think it's good? No. I want to be their dad. But other than that, I don't fuck. There's like 18 and 19-year-olds that are doing this as long as they're not actually physically raped. But it seems like what's going on is just this weird cultish thing where they slowly get closer and closer and closer to this thing. Like, oh, here now, all these people that are here, they're doing this. Lots of money, everything you want, the golden carrot at the end of this. He's like, any of the things you just brought up, he's being charged with blackmail. Just kind of saying this, like, what did they do? Why did they tell us that there was all these videos? It was in my profile. They're silent. It never comes up once during the trial. There's stuff in the trial. In the trial, it was next to a break in the scene they were talking about. So, like, it's up for 2 But he's going to go to jail for like 5 years. Because I don't probably. He's already been in jail. What is time served? It's over here. No, I think he's not. This is what Kurt Metzger called the Lord. His daughter. They go down. So that's the thing. If he really did high profile people in stories, which we know he did, city prosecutors have banned multiple allegations. Rapper takes Portugal says, hey, remember what we called it? This is James Comey's daughter's the prosecutor. Remember how she swept up the Slane Trail? And he looked to call that. Like he called it. He called it. He called it a fucking green room of the mothership. Right when he found out, he goes, I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. He's going to court. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We, it's like the thing with the bullet in the head. Shut the fuck up. Videotape. But also, no. You're direct to the FBI saying there's no tape to us. Those tapes, like, why did they send thousands of hours of tapes doing the horrible shit? Why did they say that? Bondi's she said it a week before the FBI director sitting here telling me about that there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible murders. And the FBI dude say that there was no. Cash Patel said there's nothing. Okay. I mean, what am I going to do? No, obviously, I'm saying what he has to say. Right. Mistakes are going to Jeffrey Epstein filed that he claims tens of thousands of videos. Tens of thousands. Jesus Christ. I'll tell you what. Chill. Oh my God. With reviewing tens of thousands of videos, financial evidence here with children. That comment was days after a similar remark to a strange hidden camera raised the stakes of President Donald Trump's administration to prove that it has in its possession previously compelling documents, or just put it around. It seems crazy that we're just, I would think, just Trump's demeanor, his MO towards other countries, like we're the ones funding them, giving them all this money, trying to fight a war. Like, typically, people on their knees like this, motherfucker, don't hate, right? Like, you know, that you know what I'm going to do. And it's like, and now I think it just came out a couple weeks ago, and they're trying to prosecute Netanyahu, right? Trying to help him, Netanyahu. They're trying to draw all these, it's trying to delay because of war. So, yeah, I think something came a couple days ago when I was listening to how Trump would actually like help him through this. Here's this Fox News channel interview in February. Bondi suggested that Epstein client was sitting on her desk. Well, at least this one thing, right? There's so many people that are probably innocent. Right. It's gotta be sitting in the room right now. That's the other. He had like 100 years in that package. It was houses for sale in New York. That's amazing. Yesterday, on Tropia or whatever maps. We were in the town. Yeah, like it's not a townhouse. It's a house. It's a big ass house. It's like multiple stories. And that one switched over now. I think it was like 60 or 70 million, which is what it's worth. What's left of the house? First of all, if I bought that house, I'd love to come and like it's gonna have all that shit. George Bush, Checking Towers.
Jewish leader.
My,
Gas station. We saw a few mutants in the fire. Time. Mexico state inside surrounds. No one. However, upon parking in front of the gas station, this slightly between the station. Find a dark place in my business. I walked about 20 meters by the gas station. In between me and out of sight, I could see the gas station. As I was driving, I began to feel uncomfortable. I was being out the ground. Initially, I thought somebody was looking at me. Probably it is. I quickly look around and see nobody. No house. There's no one to make sense. It's like, as I finished reading, I terribly began personally walking back to the vehicle. As I was leaving, I turned on the light. That's when I became before I continued, I wanted to three things that might connect to my high level of academic credentials. Things that my occupation failed to accept. I also provided executive and technical advice to local officials. I encouraged raised what appeared to nonsense and study the night. I didn't know if there might find ghosts or other unexplained anomalies. Results. My perspective is now very different. As I turned to look over my left shoulder, I saw that being was crouched over, almost as if taking control of the stars. Vegetation. In fact, I think the creature watched me on top and did not such appearance. However, the creature noticed my side. It snapped and quickly moved back to the doorway in the direction of the parking lot. What agitated the creature was sounded was how heavy the thunder was. It sounded like somebody dropping a sack of potatoes. Never again. It was fast. And I was within a matter of 11 seconds. When I realized I saw it, watching me look hard due to the rain and the hurricane. I could make a steady, deflected turn. Here off the scene, aside from the fact that the creature was approximately 10 feet tall. I'm 6'2", Just there as an I going to the edge of the big dirt. So the vehicle flash Bigfoot. I can see the legs. They're two arms. Two, and it's away from us. Trees. So twins. We can see that it was taller than a person. Right away, we were shocked. Truck for about 15 seconds. And all of a sudden, listeners said, "What was that?" Shocked that she was awake. It was terrible. I couldn't say anything. Tell her. My wife and I aren't believers. Tell her. I have to believe it because it was real. My wife stopped as we first took the hill, just like I did. She just was jumping down to see that I saw very excited at the same time. We also went back to Sunday to the ground was actually hard for the hill. So the birds were cows, cows, prints. By the way, it was only that it was not wanting to be seen. I did not recognize the illusion. It would at least fly. I think it was very intelligent because and even before it's turning to him, he already started to turn towards us. You have no idea what we're going to do next. That is probably why we didn't see any eyes. They have one for skills we were in with our love. She's been here since the beginning of time. But they go like us. Until they started quite amongst themselves. Many were even part of us. That's why they stay in hiding. Fair enough. Fair enough. People have to same area. So noticed us. It seemed because it was very kind of it's really story. Fires there. So I even talked to him. Deer, elk, like because of the fires. And so of course, Rockers heading back to Mexico. Easy for me to do is a certain path. I was traveling. Just off the highway. It's like in the corner. I noticed something. Before, my friend, he had the right look. I backed it up. Whatever it was. Broad, crushed stopped a mile or two where the road crossed. A lot of decided that it was best. Lately, really, to move our life. When you're a kid, my brother was the lead. I decided to check the area doors for shaky. Started driving. Drifted about the land. Down the roads. Fake roads. Trains. Driving slow enough. Usually there are some, but today there were 8. I'm talking about it was changing. Getting mentioned. I kept looking left and right. Then I saw these behind the pine trees. I thought it was a man. So I stopped and backed him for just a bit. Said hello. And she was where? I said right there. Look. In front of the bridge. That person standing right next to him. The person that's when Mom decided this person because when people around the arms around it was sure because they don't really know that let's go. We took it right there on the road and we drove back fast. This particular road we got back to the be dark soon. More stuff. Turn off. I was going to pour with so I said it's tallest. The legs were gray. The face was lighter blue. When I saw the face, the forehead was it really stuck out to me. It's almost worse. We're still scouting good. Just outside of but providing a convention breeder, we used my truck to put in we had literally dropped the truck off at Fulton's Ranch, some 1,700 away. The days March 6th, I think. We did the running under 5 hours. We loaded the boat, secured the truck, and headed back over to my pickup truck. My ex-wife and my dad left smoking in the foyer. We carried walkie-talkies everywhere. We made interviews. We turned around on the way out. I tried to shut up. Just then, I heard my ex-wife screaming. What's going on there? I shouted to her, tell me. See something. A family in August of 1997. Behind the brook, across the north, his house. Next houses were set on fire. That's what the dog
Right on.
is the first. Yes, visited around 11 p.m. Everyone was asleep except me. I was drinking into flame, and I ate delusional drugs were keeping up. Everything around me. I thought it might be a horse or a cow. I was higher than a horse or a cow. Like, I was too scared of it. Didn't know why. I thought it happened to me. So I just sleep. I told my husband about the next morning. He says I don't want to lose the first thing I got. That's Saturday, August 23rd. We're cooks. Between people, it comes to me outside. The cleanup. Also, I was talking. Yes. The locals said, anyway, she said that the adults that have been told the children to go in the house. Those that got to bed. It was. My husband had to for sure. I was in my mom. And then went to sleep. The adults were working out for this night. The next morning, Sunday, August 4th, to the house. Right there. I listened for a while to the conversation. Did an entry. Before that, everybody was talking about it. Silence. They were talking about it. I said, why didn't you tell me? There was something they did was seriously. I told them I've been able to do this for years. Then, the stories such as the first one, the Rabbi's house. I went to the hotel. It was sharp. 50 yards. I would continue to right. Hey, where did that come from? It's across. I think you're they continued. There was no silence. Everyone was speaking. Now, it's a long. Just going for six. Now, as a guest, chance. House. We returned. Travis, Atkins, and Jones. Raps. That's really early August. It was the huge Just looking The first activity was now for Troy. Since it was to turn violent awesome. It's under plus spaceship. So cause otherwise guiding timing was sorts of colors and stuff. A lot of those versions. I just surrounds the light. These flashes of light are the entire sky. As I watched the intense flashes of light before I knew it black out completely, it's my favorite. I try to explain to her but she said I just knew it was upsetting. I just knew it. I just knew it. It's a good job. Never just walk away. I never come back. It's like I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I know what I explain. I got to do it. I passed out. But I was signs. Anyway, I know that I do have emotions and occasions since I can feel this sometimes. Everywhere. I was shocked to wonders across. Very intent. I imagine she just played my brain. I thought it was weird. I just couldn't mess up. At the same time, I couldn't sleep. I would hear footsteps outside. I thought it was the wind. I breathed. I still managed to sleep. To the sound of giggling. I opened my eyes and saw the ghost hanging in the front of my bed. She was the victim's the ring. Everyone says she has a silver hair and her eyes are small. I should have read that there's a in my mouth. I really felt numb. I love reading your stories. I tell you, man, not a good time. Your first so I did. It's slow. It's there. It's time. It happened for 2 nights. Until the end. I vanished. It's barely. Exact position. My mom always said, I don't know what the heck you're thinking. I didn't see the houses. The footsteps lay against the land. Sometimes I can't see what shit up. It's since that happened. I have my friends. This is what I talk about. It's really difficult. It was like teens. I heard six passage. Surgeons. Basically, anything democracy. Starting right. Was the same. They couldn't believe it. Reaching my small town. Disconnected from what people understand. I would play creating shortly after it was time much of it was just react consequences managing ensuring that because there were connotations missions that you could recite every line to this day. Every bit this was signs of six of them. They were each stops. Breathless. I said, "Phew." I felt my situation. Each of us having as most of them experienced. Just so Two creatures. Where's that? Right? The time. The times. Droughts. Swings. Just don't. I don't think there being any direct translation to the word, but it did mean something similar. One friend of mine was shared with me some stories about humans and these giant blackbirds with wing models on it, flying mountains and South Dakota, flying out, pick up villagers and hunters, even wingmen, and fly up high in the air and drop them to kill them. These sounds like these things that reflect images. Anybody who worked in specific area of territory was generally doing it. This is a need to both my friends who share very similar stories that those and Britain. But like the other two Britons, very foreign names. Still could be just dangerous. Plus, I got kilometers north of conversations. Let's particularly have one of the lookouts speaking British because she sounded extremely nervous. Here is the initial bridge. Go ahead, bridge. The water behind us. Saying, I can't way, but lights. I said to myself, as I went out to the bridge, every time I got out there, making sure he heard what I heard as well. He walked into the junior officer for lunch, and he thought it was wonderful. As I watched, since the time, I don't like other things to work with. I felt that police station. Here at the lookouts talking to us. Teasing. And I don't feel about that now. After that, see about 2 days. And the lookout come out again. This time, each one of the points. The glowing face, these seconds, the bridge was completely just watching as the bridge filled out. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, watched as one of those flying ship was beneath us, ahead of us, in a sea of flashing light. It was completely everything the bridge on its side from the end. Even though everyone was shaking out, trying to get past it. Many would already never have it. Those things were official quarantines. Since it was never passed out to the bushes, this is a bit particularly for him. So instant, she happens to think the captain is never what happened to him. Now, just thinking about that day, I heard you thinking about it. Now he was my way feeling. Because they were playing, but because they were constantly on sea. So I kept it to myself until now. I just want to share her insights with this past. There is something emotional. What is it? I don't know. And that's what I need to realize. Attack. History. Beginning July 30th, 1945. USS Annapolis. Class heavy cruiser of the United States Navy. Stationed in a top secret mission in the Vietnam State Force. It was tasked with carrying an electric radio to an island in the South Pacific. It was under arrest for this. So first, the plane never took long. found themselves at exactly 12:15 a.m. Five torpedoes smashed into the right side of the vessel. Instantly, dozens of American sailors and guns were seen to damage the ship's command. It took just 2 minutes of panic before the ship descended completely, taking down over 300 of the crew along with her. The surviving crew members laughed like as they were so upset. It was complete darkness. Many thought the mission was over. Everybody knew it doesn't begin. Eventually, the sailors slightly proceeded out of the forest, against the coast. But the other factors that was coming to the rescue. This makes it several minutes of seconds before the ship went down. Somehow, was trying to make the ambulance. Nothing was made that the ship failed to arrive. Many of the emergency messages that were received by different ships in the basement completely declassified records later showed one such commander in the Philippines was probably understood. Another always assumed these pilots were somewhere in Japanese training. There were who actually survived the later attack and were exposed to it. Perhaps they did not prepare. It was the longest one ever saw with paintworks and waters on the pure college chaos of the sinking. American aliens approached the white and temperatures from miles away. Some were as large as 50 feet. It must have been absolutely terrifying for the survivors. Seeing as the predators began to surround them, suddenly, people were like his wings. Those two were destroyed. At first, the shots focused on the exploding equipment. It died of explosion. Right first, and it was these forces that the lifeless bodies were snapping completely devoured by the predators. It was for the general attention towards them. The survivors were individuals in at least 3 or 4 shift every single day. They counted 20 to 30 ships. One night, but again, singers survive. Their descendants continues their lives. Some even became hallucinate. Some were there, as you place searching the rest of the surviving singer becomes the heartbreaking moment that shipping someone else's way on the sea. You can see the mountains flooding just a few below them, and even access the vessels.
Absolutely. You're right.
ambulance. First, I got a sample. Maybe that was my paranoia. Wet dog. discussion. I spent a majority of time down this trying to find a way back to civilization. Because the pressure was so thick, there was no direction to travel to. And so we eventually ran into a key road. We were taken on 3 months until we spot. Our sleeping bags were still there. Our weapons, weapons, so things were gone. Footprints, no signs of struggle. Did anybody in their pants? Nothing. It was disturbing. It's hard to be from missionaries to know exactly what we did that night. Our sleeping bags were in perfect condition. We were in a haunted area. Everything was normal. Civilization was made. This was weird. And then my friends language for years out. I don't know if I'm done yet. If it was aliens or what, no way. I like to think things too. What is coming towards us? It's something to do with this. Frankly, I just I saw speechless to this day. It was not even deep. You could tell by looking at it. It was a human creature. It had miraculous words in the body. It looked very Swedish with blue eyes. It looked human. It wasn't. It didn't look at me. It seemed surprised to see me. It was nervous things. I was looking at it. My small tank. And it was about midnight, 12 a.m. I was walking up the alley. I saw it. It right in front of me. Hurricanes. My phone was peeling through my sunglasses. And the thing stared at me. It was sitting here. I could see it making a little distance. Its hands were already in front of me. Because it was a creature that moved still. Probably in 8 seconds. Eventually, audition just something. Back in the time, they became before disappearing. I called it. Shortly after, I took the police dispatch from the scene. They did take me down, but they were sitting. I thought this was secret because and I have really took it seriously. Anyway, I thought I was sharing photos with you. Hi, I'm going to see you at the films. That's what makes me remember. It's those lovely kids and clowning songs of every time. Aside from some my partner was sleeping terrible travel lots. That is kids. It's free. And I was lots of these creatures. Customers say because of how friendly they are. They have their size. About 8 to 10 feet tall. Scales of water from head to toe. I have real photos. Darker than these structure. And their heads. Their faces were kind of shaped like very human like. They had arched to their arms with slits. Mouths. Eyes. Each have trying to step began joining us because of their large size, their stripes and arms, and they reached us and soon fell asleep. Since we went to the well, 20 feet apart, we heard a jumping out and heading right to the right. Things continued to us and think came up for us, promised to join us during a drop up. Yes, and our mother, we just need to keep something. We came. I've never seen creatures like that before. And a deer has never close. Let's do days and this is we're very careful about breaking also would have been broken up by I get once made when I was only 2 years old. Rothschild forehead. What happened to me was PTSD. She was day. It's hard for me to talk about and to write it to use television. My family has which they still are. So the guys so it actually feeds from the so you have to be careful how far and search you get closer to it. It's just once you say August and it's to probably about 5 deep. Just watching myself as much as I can. And cool. So it's It's weird because I feel like it was really fast. You could have gotten me one, two, but it didn't keep me distance between us. Like it was just right here and chased me out. This is really hard for me to recall. So I'm since that's what happened to me. I ran back to my house and my niece I don't know what I told my mom and she called my mom. I got traded. It was chasing me. The financial district away from the street. This was only 2 weeks from the town of those walking around the street. The streets were packed with all the signs and things. It was pretty much impossible to live. She tried to navigate the outside thoughts. As soon as anything started, my hand was just like today. The risk Crowded. See, what is it? Circle, trying to area. To demonstrate significant seven struck the field happiness and dread that instant previously to miss. You could understand why I was coming from. So that was my purpose. Make sure it was good. I felt it sharp as possible. Jerusalem. As I did the words way we could it marching around to my house. It was this issue. Looking to a The strange man stopped and crouched. Understanding the stranger reached his pocket. Holding back, especially in the city. At least I know the guy. I wish things I should expect that part. But unfortunately, that's what things get weird. To be honest, this great because separate my breakfast. I was sure it's not so real. It's real. It's thinking about it. So, that's not I said everything around me just streets me into a soup of auditory every sound as my hands strange I noticed that it was everything God was he dressed so shoes briefcase. He was as I saw my way to the stranger was that's what I said tracks. Plan appears became clear, and I noticed mapping the ways his eyes. They were deep, I can describe. I tried my best to imagine his ways. Like I worked with contacts in business, dealing I'm sure there's some famous from taking relationships over here. I can tell you that regular guy trust that they would not be able to stop the trends. It was frozen. I can see it in perfect vision. Other people are still walking to the side street. So they can see motion. After a few moments, the strange was to emerge into my ears. The scene of the voices clear and clear. I really what was being said, but certain words out. I do not deny. Shudder for the holes in his mouth as he reached for the light. His eyes were fixed on the dash. He had stated his ancient fear. The stranger's father, and I swear to you, Mr. Guinness, something about that story. The story. It was that moment I realized that I was true, even if I wanted to. I could do nothing but stay practice. My feet able to go to that sidewalk as the sun played just a few yards from me. The stranger's response was gentle. Well, I can tell you either way, Judging by each reaction, I was satisfied with my choice. Always this I could have sworn John was the conditions of the mind. Silent, grateful, just a few minutes. So, before Robin could say anything, Brown lifted his hand as if to give me a presentation. So, his voice was almost surrounded. Probably what like a salty child. If you make the description sounds gross, just imagine how I felt years ago. This is what he said. Questions. That man. Like nothing. Where this guy? I still honest. If I couldn't do it, I managed to honest. A third question. Just ridiculous and to another strange being. Identical to mine. Except looks and bring Christ. This right from the sake of organization. Pray that somebody will say take the moment. He always did. Ruby nodded with a recent expression of determination. He carries because he closed bells. Flawless against the world. This is so much. He exclaimed. I couldn't make out what he said next. I saw that was still next to play. Full of my money's state. Gathered us for possessions from the mouth and the institution. First of all, to he brushed past me now. He got over and over again. Crying. I still could not move. I was stricken as the two strangers gazed to me. Robin was upset. The two sets of black eyes stared at me. A distinct feeling pain rushed away. Something else remained. Their mouths moved as if making each other. I couldn't make it out. The flavor of the white was crazy. Up and down. It was defeating. Eventually, I could hear the violent conversation of the flaming shoes think about this. I see those famous should understand bits of languages. That's how French, Rothschilds, Arabic, and even some Yiddish. You tend to pick up these things around here reading their city. I can search this language with humans. The strangers are here. It was just repeating and never counted. It sounds like making even sounds like read. It actually comes the physical. There's everything I can hear it. Here's not that you believe. The feeling. There's pressure there. But you can't get it out. So it stays. The pain goes so bad I wanted to vomit. So run his friend. Same rules. English. caverns underneath the deserts should be closed down and keep attractions. These beings. It's not clear whether this is a shapeshifters evil humans or something. Unlike the shapeshifters here, these entities possess far greater strength and can hide much easier, revealing themselves before they work in the ghost world to flush themselves as a priority. Just to prevent persons from their tribes or I don't think it to be a conflict. Shapeshifters, I think this is the desert. People have talked about full tribes that also the desert sea. Personally, these to be the shapeshifters. Constantly, it's horrendous. Responded, came across a group of teenage girls put together on the hours of September 1st, 2018. The story forward, but it was they were full as I was from the years to run and clearly driven down by what they described as the hands like a typical and my hands just stories. He dressed in clay, covered his entire body in a slab like and then she was singing with life. So she was this girl the night in the desert. They cleaned the girls over there and she had a huge hunk of wireless. So that was we chasing to the area where they were here for a long time, where they were eventually found together in the truck. This was scrapped and taken out. Stories like this happen all the time in information, and it's kept really quiet. So often, scouts kept looking for a skill or stories are flowing and drugs and things. That's a dangerous out here. It's no one considers. And if they don't work, nobody decides how. My student takes the place for raising an initial
It goes back. Basically, four types of where primary not necessarily all and concentrated, but also located centers spread let's have more quick there's sources, but yeah. Specifically, place that and this one of the things that's quite fascinating about it. The fact that some kind of Easily. Yes. There are literally dozens multiple phases. With the arrival a rather brilliant the and fascinating. Here's in 1978, you see in the temple and the that distinct clock tower Jewish several. So, flood. Famous. That should actually have. And on one side, the numbers. Proximity of the synagogue is also one of those temples. The other Hindu and Jewish elements.
They're almost
But we
racist.
move on to most of Israel. Here's a fascinating comparing the very traditional Israel and popularity especially for particular week. But anyway, sometime possibly ancient Europe, definitely like the they also not on kind of necessarily see it in the Jewish community. With the arrival of the Chinese Jewish bring a lot more other Jewish world through this is really interesting. Oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, and all today really just Jewry. I know there's it's just flesh. The device attached to Jewish doors as a terrifying I've always been put up as a prayer. I would go to camp with a couple. Nevertheless, through their contact, modernity, representative significant just make it Rabbi, and even though the Quran really from themselves from. We also had some
Something that I can't quite explain. So bear with me, because I'm going to keep this brief. Every detail the entire story is going to vary a bit. So, without further ado, here is my guide. My dad retired from the films, but his career was to take him to all sorts of places around the globe. No joke. I can't imagine when I was older than 10 years old to tell me. He had taken a project which was located in Rio de Janeiro. I figured if my dad was going to move himself for a couple of months, our family might as well communicate with him during a nice vacation there. They ultimately stayed at a resort in his rainforest. The next which I love Colorado. So, such trips are one of my favorite to me. Typically, to those who are reaching for me, I keep it in that. Came time for vacation, and every day is my father, sorts of living. Since he traveled a little from Rio, rest of us lost. Our night was exhausted, so we didn't decide to finish that first night. Next second, the place was pretty nice. It was once it had a real estate. Despite its owners, it was surrounded by a dense trees, giving it a sense of privacy. After dinner, we looked to our hut. It was pretty dark. From the still lights which illuminated the buildings nearby, we were traveling down. It was safe and cozy. We arrived at our place. Two, rushing over to bed. Actually, these would start. When we woke up, went back, which had a look inside. My mom went to use the room. My dad said, "My brother and sisters." It was the first time we ever tried to before. It made her amazing. Our other parent, Because it's hard. That's he didn't know. It was not gonna lie. You can get the chance to sweet it. Two, sure. First of all, just like it was in the movies. I also got sweet because parents as well. That was basically pictures. There's some people left the project. I figured people would go to I would sweet one. I'll go back up. If I leave, you go. It was sweet. Distance, pace, awareness, and reason. So easy to see. That's not reflected. Here, this. Give me a second. I took the car out. The water. To the pool. School. Still, his way. I think it adjusted to the temperature. But before waiting, the splashing. The whole micrometer spread out. So he had a shirt and came far away. But it wasn't terribly sure. Almost behind it. There is always a pop said shut. I told him to listen in. This time, I had to listen for my minute. So he heard footsteps. Started walking. And it lightened like a sky. As time went on, I saw closer. But first, people were looking for us. I soon realized there was no one brother with me. Just was pretty sure. Trying to figure out what it was. I know. A creature was a long distance. I didn't mind it. My brother asked was I saw her. I had on spring jeans. Okay. Legs. And dove into I started talking about fashion towards me and my brother. As fast as we could. As we heard the sleep splashing behind us, we finally got to the edge of the pool. I went to pull my button out. I felt it in its talons and sliced my ankle in an attempt to grab it. I screamed. I noticed the took a shot of the dog. I tipped back my foot, kicking his in the face. Like a hissing noise. Settled on the wall. Eventually, on the way back to the bed, girl went entirely short. was asking him, what's wrong? See, if he smelled something, we're acting different. They kept looking to the woods. Brian thought I heard this way was different. So I thought maybe it was a deer. Since dark, you came up here. Started acting dodgy. What should I have put me off? Right in that room. My face. I cannot be. I slept with this awful guy. It's like a mix of skunk, blood, breath, toaster. I started acting. It was no just as I saw that more movement. Both my dogs began to hear this mostly something. I started to answer towards the opening. House shaggy. Let's look at legs before us. It was much more mean. In fact, I had promises. 5 and 6 feet. I was 6 feet. I'm not by any means, but I'm definitely not the last man. I was out here when I was in the air. I just sat beside my dogs for a second before turning around. Now the way it came, this thing was near to me. It's 2 legs, covered, shining black hair. I couldn't see the face very well, but electricity out of the dog. Like, I don't see a judge. But I'm different. Like the face, much hair, that makes sense. It sounds almost. It was hair on its face. It's really hard to describe. It's the best way. Because it's strong. See, the faces have really no hair. And the faces, that's not what this thing looks like. You can ignore your person. Rather, you can hear almost no movements. And coming in as a person, clearing my dogs and I, kind of seems still prepared. As if it's expecting us. And let's see. So be sure to be next. Before you turn around, I'm ready for the comments. Making rubbish. I've never seen her really nothing fancy before. So me and my dogs were like friends. My dogs the entire time. Now I'm on edge. One of the things that was this time. They were the dogs rising up, refusing to do it. I knew dogs generally chase the animals, throwing animals, but this was different. Wherever this animal was, again, I don't know what it was. I know it like so I put it inside. Now the rest of the day, one night, there was no snakes, noises. It's pretty common for my dogs to have early evening. Just enjoy nature. I mean, I really do. I'm 36 years old. Out of the woods, out of the mountains. We think that this skunky, this ape at all, and the dog. To about, I'm not too sure. I know there are some animals in the swamps. I believe that it's free, stagnant, skunk. Things I've ever seen in my life. Just last spring, it was my brother's birthday. I went to live with him. I was running around St. Luke, so because in this area. I don't know anything. The M20. It's houses. Mainly forest all throughout, with large furnitures. You can always drop on it if you're really curious. In fact, you have an idea. What's right was in the road. What's to my left was what I could. Because I've seen my fair share of I feel pretty confident that I can give you a the thing that comes to mind most. You've ever seen the movie Dog Soldiers? You've never heard of it before. That came out in 2000 in Europe. I can't exactly remember the plot, but whatever this thing mentioned, very identical. Hairless, human body, legs, not super ripped like a bodybuilder, lean, not fully ripped. The entire neck, however, covered in a thick, with the face of a very large wolf. No faces are demonic looking, with just like a person's, with large claws. No teeth. Dog around here. Just like a dog. Fox, really no body. And if it did, it was very just like at first it was a costume because it looked so like it didn't have to try. But then again, this is so I guess we have to the unexpected. Speeds. It's a good. It was behind me. This thing had not really jumped out of the woods. Oh, just seconds. Like I said, especially not only cleared out the open to see almost detail. And right around 2:30 in the afternoon, it was perfect. Estimate to you about how far from my car. No more than 50 feet at the most. But no closer than rough estimate. But then again, freaked out. Dude, you have around here. Once I got to his house, wait, exactly. To tell me. Now, it wasn't until these things were called. Yes, they're pretty well known. At the time, I didn't. Sightings of he's had friends. Driving to this gets up here. And they're supposedly I guess in hindsight. And if this should as they're really all over in tons of land. I mean, after all, first space for something if it really wants to.
discussion of this concept. But the more traditional historiographies populations in terms of how far away, for example, quote Isaiah, class. So despite age, it was in a pretty solid condition. Electricity only 30%. So, this was taken from most words without intention, potentially I don't consider myself as deeply religious. I was raised, but I church. Some sort of demon. Most seem was simply a that's the conclusion. Many times since then, the location of sin that I particularly wish to.
But they are.
If that's not so, is somebody willing? Certainly. Quick. It's just in a more compact. It is cheaper.
Donuts.
If I need a shower, I can stop at the
All
I've
about
used the closest doors. In recent years, it has become pretty trendy to pay well. No surprise. But I have it's not works.
what's
I've
next?
had people try to force
I don't know how long.
they've tried to steal.
We'll just have to wait.
For
What we
miles.
found.
My so forth.
So many people really.
If you at the same time, I have met both American beautiful sights. There are cities with skyscrapers where the stars. I have tried so life isn't perfect, and it's different. I wouldn't I'll die. I've lived my life to the fullest. And so, still, experiences compared to the surrealness of when I had been make its return. Night and around in the western for a good place. The area. Obviously, as though it's my big home areas. To it, really. noticed its face was only it was just eyes. I was trying to make sense of my head. How I tried to come to a conclusion. Another way that I couldn't explain. And that's when I noticed it didn't have any eyes. But what seemed to be both the end of its front and legs didn't visibly have any eyes. It didn't move, however. No leg. Too much for trying. It was just lash out. Instead, I tried to sleep. For a few minutes, I heard the self out. Still, and I decided to sing. As soon as I opened my car, I noticed six. I was confused. I looked in the parking lot. The next is the same six. It was slightly less. Again, it's still a couple of six. Something about the through my inhibition. The thoughts. I traveled back up to the woods and stopped about 50 miles from the campsite first to see the elk. I heard a snake on the following way to another pile of sticks. Exactly.
rescuing your holiness. As a whole, there is a really kind of there are all kinds of other stuff. Authority, confidence, relation, relate, which relate, track, now, in 8 times, the right
Years.
very
There's
safe.
I ended up working with this place for years. It's like the exotic is you see a lot of pictures doing this. And people bring other stuff.
Last
So, what gets back clear out going up. I listen to and talk. Animals and I've seen back lakes. You can figure the same. I have others. I apologize to protect them. Think shepherd is the work. It's the dog does. There's not any tips. Again, going on. I'm trying to get to the and we do. Except we're prone to situations that we will out touch First, he's with it. Impact of shopping. And so we found out because I have to be real careful. The shop video. Paul. They've already and the search as well. This is that's just seems a little very in the pre disgusting. This sure. I find even though right, all of us as they can be to person something else. I can feel them. It was like the entire time, tired of
stable for an extended period.
And it
Well,
was
these
full of
sort of the
2 years.
mastery
Stuff in his closet.
sure
I guess the situation had gotten so.
or the rather bizarre.
This story isn't.
Describe to himself.
It reminds me of him.
Except when the imaginary real
A
battle.
lady. Highway.
And he
So I hesitated. Didn't coincide together. Just her death or the part of the road.
not good for shopping. About maybe
Sides of the
so encourage further
ride this too every day from
so the character of
to COVID.
he
Load
was regularly
fortunate in these
idols
times.
uh,
My back is being kept on.
of
I want to keep so
antinomianism
don't just say it's
perhaps
right.
characteristic elements of
I was
garnered among his
summer.
followers.
It doesn't get dark out till
Antinomianism
the
means
sun
basically
go down.
off behavior, no most meaning. He would
Getting
like
ready to turn.
the strictures of
Right.
and he
Well,
would
switch by the way I keep on.
totally
They were
just
rates to the
release of
caught my eye.
dear
Legs.
God allowed
What
the
I'm not
Sabbath
sure.
in various ways. Quite
This
alarmed position
costume.
as the Messiah. He's been
Look at its face. I've been so.
if
I
you
would
were
slow
National
expect
Day,
this.
but
To me,
the day
tail.
by the
A real life lizard.
which was that was
He
something
turns
that
around.
healed
Trees where it came.
line with his claim
The
to
longer I
be
see,
it's the
the more I
most
came.
especially
Acting job.
sexuality
Dressed up
and there was
in this day.
exchange that
Fresh
he
for me.
himself
And this
as
thing
I
was
mentioned
realistic to be a
very
person.
sacrifice he was
I saw and I could
massacred and she
even
had
look at
quite
its
a
eye.
kind of range of experience saw sacrifice
When I saw
like
each other, I told her that I was and I
actually would to the very
what I saw didn't look like a vision.
behavior
Very much
really very
walked.
most manic
The other night, a few days and evenings when I would drive looking for this and see what I saw. See it again. I have no idea what it was. See, not even I didn't look at the monster. Maybe a wizard that was exposed to radioactivity. Human. It's too accurate.
On doing it.
I acted like a man. I finally way too accurately.
Information. While he's would not tolerate
to see as much as my whole ideology. That I probably lately.
in fact to example of ideas was
To make a long story short, I sold everything
so
I had.
what ended up happening
Live before I
and
emotional
65
with nature
when
instead of substances. Make me
the self
heart.
fire and
Fight. Before I can I think maybe I'm about to
see
or something. Often.
but also but some he to must mean period and his wife converted by the way
I get my people. see me. Here, I had some lessons that I haven't seen since I was a baby. So we could get it. We're out anyway. Spring night. We're out there at nighttime. We had a big bonfire out in the backyard. My cousins and I had seen forever not to hear spooky stories. Trying to scare me. But I was to the town site where I went to the ground. I wasn't a believer. So again, it didn't scare me at all. Except talking about somebody else. That's when I was trying to mention that there's a gravesite just beyond the trees. It's a worst gravesite that has been launched as far as the inside. There's just kind of up there. Now I was right there. It's supposed to be something like that. If I didn't, so right, I would enjoy, and that we couldn't. It was so wonderful. It was a legend. Sight was more than X. Still left at all. I've been. And we had a hard time making out dates and names. But forgotten about. On all the trees that they brush. Long visibility now. Trees were highlight. Fascinating. See, how old this place really is. So, which extract. So whenever this gravesite was regarding to lead me to believe that this and as a fully impossible or texture itself like so point that illustrates with the Irish Jewish what's actually after he said Cuba, just like ugly believes the sign. That is followed by Amsterdam. They had a long association with more toleration of so Catholic and they have the expansion to Dutch West Indies. Here are the Portuguese region of Pernambuco, 2016. All of the sleep we never really talk as ocean to about 17th century. I think we will process land fear relation to live in that on the earth. We all said is there actually kind of on your general modern as you always have to have to pray in story of believe is what several things. go back to Europe. And I figured to England in the future. If I had it was normally feeling mad. I could their word But at any rate, was a so when these Jews are dedicated to Moses, expelled his letters. Hey, and he's black. He basically do it. So it was on. Allow the Jews to make their the winners of this. The Dutch West India Company,
holders. And so that conceded that Jews may permit them on the conditions that they kind of because certainly has medieval origins that building were cared for, developed impoverished, but it was under settlements in America that and I believe just a bush. Back of the Jewish refugees, of my brother. So we ran back started up to allow the Jews and other groups all forced to translate the Quakers and behavior. Ultimately, from office. I said, that's the origin so your generation, the America, enjoy this nice street driving. The canyon. For a moment. At this point. Friends were still sleeping. No food. Hello and welcome to another episode. Wish history. As we're getting in, we look down. One of my friends in the middle of the night. He's remarkable stories. And later in New York, the broader approach and the look at the significant waves of states of living life on what would be the largest century. By 1700, only where Philadelphia, yeah, most parting the much of the treaty as the like the that many just so on them the person started was tradition from Europe. Nevertheless, centrifugal force. There were this kind of tradition. From the
always there's also sometimes Portugal. Here's another view of the 18th century. All establishment, all the way far west to St. Louis, New Orleans. Most second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 90s. This primarily from Central Europe. I know Southern Oregon is exactly the same. Well, like many ways are Native American. It's estimated that the 50 economic pattern which might to graduate where one kind of craft or sales or that. Like the early development of the greatest achievement. Western. Meyer. Tree. Listen to Ted for now. We're watching. I'm attention. Enjoy the short. Today I'd like to jumped on the hood of her car into her jumping on the
country.
and she's telling me the story.
Coming together
She
the ultimate
lies, and everything is present. She's a liar. Or she believes
as the social
it always has been.
standard today.
Raising asked her after she thought
Upon is borrowed from
like a bunch
dramatic amount
of lies.
of war.
From the car,
Accepted.
his other
Occupation of work
screaming
the accident. Living with a disability
but there's something she
they were not
that had taken
they had a
place.
certain
Apparently,
benefit slave try to find a word disabilities century.
there's
Which is a little like
here
society
just like in some places.
so their role
She said it was great.
fairly populated who have
The stories.
the amount of rights
Asked her to check out the
and
vehicle.
slave.
And
They
she just
never
and shook her head very lightly.
rights of movement, marriage, but they never had like
Gone.
that
And the
makes
right here with
slaves
like she had
in that
after
way.
seeing the car,
Telling her so really
creeps. I told you earlier that
specifically,
they
you
were
know,
all made of steel.
high status society, large
She was
and things like that. Just the sort of insidious
I guess this is so
middle class who are
because the spot she
used commerce as opposed to urbanized, but
easily continue to
you know,
follow her.
frequently did
It's
not
just
go
have a try.
just
Fear. You have a
access
reason.
to brain, the burger status
It's pushy. Down here,
so what exactly
very problem.
as we discussed in
There's plenty
previous
of
Saturday Amarai, they had burger like activities also little and a lot of in exchange for the protection of
my Caucasian father,
structure
parents,
activity during the harvest season.
I'm a pretty simple and not so superstitious person. Excited.
Skins
No rational
so they
things.
a lot of things they wanted
Yes.
they wanted really what's going on in the
That are the anti found
slowly stars
the
closely related to the Jewish enlightenment because while early it
voices.
was about
If you still need to leave,
temporary European culture, also
ashes like that.
in terms
Burn
of
sage
and understanding their civic
if you have to
give
say its
them
name,
yeah,
kill it. Reasons actually.
we
They don't think any of the things
resident
are natives who would
subjects of it, like
you know where we're at.
and in modernity, this is a time for modern country.
There's been a foot middle doors
not challenge
shook
to
intensely.
imagination. Obviously, very right.
I've seen some stranger things that geologically explanation.
White.
My sister is
20th
next to
century
it.
into
A garage and the houses parameters for
18th
proper
century
illumination,
America,
just in case anything
in the
or
19th
anyone
century
gets
as
near
well,
the house.
they were
The larger
quite
garage side of it.
obviously the speech to the fact that there are
This picture,
visually
the house,
kind of the middle
yard and driveway,
how a person
yard,
how a person be around that
area of view onto the porch.
Jewish word really they will not handle
should be free from the government laws population. So that's right. Not social. Well, hold up. Great dogs or red or right before they were actually one of the great examples actually elected sheriff far too high for that my dog's is partially so that's the way to treat
Amen.
start saying, what about us? And philosophically, as I can. Everything. But I feel like these events are something that can be fix the mess. Judges back. But they haven't. Just all over there. In that gap. His body out fight for. With those answers, great. So my uncle's business partner is the one digging the shallow grave. As he's beginning to hear what happens as a young person, they both look at each other. I want to have actually a renowned And he says, I get a chance to shut the show myself, so I'm gonna put my foot first today. Swipe. France. Hit the ground at the same time. Pause here. See what the story was getting us. Thinking. Very following the car. His partner, dead. Shovel. Over the next 5 years, like this, that he just didn't get some sort of was he going to say? If you believe some part to play, second, exactly. He won the backlash to that. It looks like a big list. Actually said that, you know, emancipation hand in hand. It's hard. And to have very important the first time trend at the times that if there's any corresponding posted, well, like, it's pretty eerie that other people besides reptilian creatures, monks, and alligators. Mr. Dennis, Glass Creeks, or outside of the small town. I was struck 49. This site of what I would like to call 49 yards. You know what? There's really nothing to see except in a good way. Throughout the wetlands. And the Cumberland River. Hills of the river, like any other night. count normal is myself that I literally keep my senses and realize that this is my life creature. I just in a death. I just what I drive, especially at night time. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me, and that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, with the information that they told me, so it's just about being cautious and knowing that there are things that we don't really understand. To take away from my story is to be able to be as possible and to always be so courteous. Because I still work as an officer. It's just a safe way of protection. Every job. I couldn't information so years if they were able to trace these back to me. But I thought we started running from the same day as the I had looked at all this for a year's time. It's so institutions, especially when I was black. I can't believe it. It's like I said, they're like last thing. Trust me. I haven't had the same things that that's my test story. Different. This guy, I was responding to the call. And it was because to Russian border. Because I don't like the attached to this. It's extra. Just a little bit of it was common to be honest with this area because teenagers were just walking through the forest, feeling around inside for a summer night. It's clear sky. I begin looking for I begin to presence of young water right. When you're an officer, there are certain situations just remember it's just I had stopped. first thing kind of thickest. I'm not bulky, but I was showing my like the details I saw. Stick stood there. Was ready. I don't because I was able to stand off. Still do. Actually, passed away last year from a stroke. Was known in the area. I wish I could describe it better when I ran into it, but my description to be part-time. It was something so teeth. The head of a velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Stepping on the doesn't make any sense, but I got the impression I don't create it. It had muscles, right? It was more flesh, like skin. Even though my light was on it, contours its white body. I have been in all sorts of extremely dangerous and hazardous situations. One truth, I felt such absolute terror like that. That presence. something truly evil. I don't have
all ideas on was
I sit and listen. Never felt it was time. I thought we was sharing Bigfoot and stuff like that. Recently came to knowing other things and creatures. Legends and that I my first epiphany be simple to my grandfather's story. Made up countering comes these things figured terribly. He grew up in our life with brothers and sisters. Survived the Great Depression in Vietnam. And went out to Europe in the world. A few times he was farm and survived. Crazy stuff. I also here's the story. Early 70s. Popular fishing spots. He loved it so very much. He's fishing. Well,
they had
for days at a time. Fishing with plenty of food to eat. He would go some bees. Years of the swamp life. Snakes, you name it. His famous Model 19 preferred it over his 350 due to its size. Being out in the swamp, he didn't want to be looking. He usually always has a couple of days. Really biting as usual. A lot of the swamp to be described wasn't as likely to catch in the swamp waters. So it wasn't that the deeper less likely, making even though this phrase can be stop. See if you can get a bite. Trying to save my doctor did. They not large. Tells me how tissue this figure has left one same time ended up making doctors considered him that he was still able to walk. With his legs cut. But letting go. But uglier and scarier. Personally, eyes. Everyone number 10 is harmless. In different head. Now, said, to his boat. As these things could have easily send it to you anyway. Trust about 9. We're currently serving prison. Now to get out before I got caught by the feds. There was one particular drug run we're doing back where I was in Nevada. Right around the area. So, just outside me and transfer on this occasion. I had waited a full 72 hours for a ride. Finally, after meeting him at a different on his way, reached the beach in Nevada. As he was, it attacked his and he simply fled back to his car. This time, even his car was missing on the side. Tire he flat and attacked by lions. In about a year, I put here, rendering him completely useless and bleeding in agony. He would later be detained for messing up a South Carolina. Way out of it. I continued in business until I realized that this was getting beyond reckless. I left that life behind The man I used to work for, God years later. I know many of these details. But I know your channel has a bunch of my life. Come from told me recently about things that she's experienced. His parts, a patent, and another tribe. Can't remember. She's moved around a lot as a kid. Because her father couldn't this job. Dear mother, her father. Well, that's another story. They would get forced to move place to place. Her father was able to move to a decent job. She also airboat car disability, which was shortly after for about 6 years old. Just outside the convention my grandmother was described to me how in the front of the caravans, stretched out for hours and hours, keeping us right in the backseat. Just properly cemetery. As they expanded, they actually done the graves that were in that cemetery. That's part of it. With them, she spoke about during this that was a larger area that was used to live. Years old. That was her father believed you described her. She couldn't take it. Or even worse. Get breed up. She could. Considering how she told me about that. She had to get bushes, mounds of dirt. The first time he saw them, so with existence. Still. He was a great dad. She would tell me, but he was very protective. Even when I came to his parents, way my mom was grandmother, taking all her teenage years, which could have been said. Story drops.
Right into
her body telling her to this creature.
wait.
She said her flashlight's
very
light
well.
reached
Direct light
less and
Germans
less further.
tend to have less
The darkness physically became thicker,
adherence to
which is something she had never
Jewish
experienced
observance,
before.
whereas
But we'll later encounter
you
in
have a
different
lot more of the
scenarios.
masses of
Again, we'll talk
traditional
about that later.
Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews.
Here is where things
who
go
are much
haywire. On the backside of the store, notice the hole down to
very
think like a small and then a hole
a band
led to was down to the earth.
that are altogether they dominate. Bacterial
Right at that moment, out of the hole behind the back of the
show
moon,
a
she shot
vulture.
creature
What the
steps
picture
out.
saying
Eyes
are like
sharp and
carriers.
piercing.
Otherwise, out.
It's crazy, but it's not mere genuine fear she experienced.
For example,
Top of
viral is the
extending
propagandist.
instead of
They look
she
like
knew
mushrooms.
they're very
Are very careful to the signs you will or help. Like regular reality, they are
so much so
racially different.
stepped out of the footsteps.
Nazis physically removed
Danger could exist. she could. It's like after that as soon as she got home, her father had awakened shortly before and was waiting for her return. She was just so happy to see her dad and to be safe. She practically collapsed on the ground in tears. Her father wasn't so angry as he was worried, and she told him everything that had happened. Her sneaking back there, discovering the burial mounds, all that. Her father told her that this is why he keeps her from there. There's an evil that lingers in that area of dark magic and negative energy. That is why it is important to never go back there. That was the event that dramatically changed the relationship between my grandmother and her father. He went from being overly protective and angry to a very deep, loving father. Her dad, after that event happened, told her about the evils and demons that exist to protect ancient secrets, rituals, and native practices, not only their people, but many tribes. They exist physically and spiritually. That is why we are supposed to stay away from them. I had asked her if her father addressed the kind of creature she saw, but she said no, he didn't. He did acknowledge that there are protectors of evil, as he called them, that guard and lie in wait, like whatever my grandmother saw. Those mounds that she saw go deep into the earth, where there is far greater evil. He never talked or explained further beyond that. At the end of the 6 years, he got to that cards, lost his job due to paralysis, and ended up moving out of state with my grandmother until he passed away shortly thereafter. My grandmother, during the 6 years at that place, never ventured back further up where the creek was, and it really robbed her of her adventurous spirit for a while. The times that she had gone out there before were in the day. Why she had wanted to go out there in the early morning hours like she did was because she wanted to see just how active the evil spirits in that area were. It's almost like she had a sort of disbelief. She's not a Christian at all, so when I asked her questions about what she meant, she said that she felt that God grabbed her and sent her running. What that meant, it was this force that took over her and pulled her back in the direction of safety, she explained. It was almost impossible to describe, but said her mind was so overtaken by this horrible being approaching her. Deep down, if given the chance, she without a doubt in her mind knew that lizard thing was going to harm her in some way or another. Then she went on to tell me a whole other thing about when she was older, right after her dad had passed. That makes an interesting connection. She was in high school and had befriended a group of kids who were considered outcasts. Remember, this whole first encounter happened when she was about 11. Her dad had just passed, so she was very vulnerable and emotional. She had become heavily involved in witchcraft and dark magic with a small group of kids. They even formed their own unofficial covenant. Most of her high school was spent furthering her magical abilities, casting new spells, and lingering on the darkness and hatred she prepared inside of her heart, and learning how to summon beings to do her for her. Shortly after graduating, she had gotten to the point where these malformed reptilian-like beings would come and visit where she was living. They would scratch on the windows and try to break in the house. All the while, she would cast spells that were supposed to banish them away. It only seemed to draw them in more. These beings my grandmother described looked different than the lizard-like being that she saw that came out of the burial mountain. These were much more disproportionate, had long claws at the end of their hands and feet, and were more toothpick-like, even being taller than what she had seen when she was a child. Equally as frightening. The more she practiced, the more spells she would cast, trying to hex somebody, the more these creatures would be drawn to her. She was filled with so much anger, hatred, and pain from her father's passing that witchcraft was the one thing that really took her away from it all. She was determined to control magic enough where she could overcome anything, but she never did. When I asked her about the mission of trying to summon demons or beings to work with her, she explained that through spells, they were to obey her. She controlled them, and they worked only for her. They handled her. The more and more she did, the worse it got. She never got to the point to where she had sacrificed humans, but her and her coven had blood sacrifices with several small animals that they would find. Cats, dogs, etc. That didn't even go by any sort of religious textbook, like a satanic Bible, for example. They were just witches practicing dark magic in exchange for power from Satan. In turn, it drew a lot of bad energy to her life. Even though these alien reptile-like beings would torment her and try to get into her house, they never did. During my grandmother's early 20s, she had enough of that secret lifestyle and departed from that group of friends and witchcraft and denounced it altogether. She moved over to Kansas for a while for a career, and then on to Ohio, where she met her husband, who just passed away last year, where she got rid of all her trinkets and witchcraft paraphernalia, spellbooks, etc., and stopped actively practicing. Things stopped. In between the time that she had the encounter with the being out of the mound and the time she was in high school and started to practice dark magic, she never really thought about evil or the being she encountered being evil, even though she knew it was. She tells me how believing witchcraft was the thing that really cemented it into her, the first reptile being she saw, and these other ones that came to torment her were all cut from the same cloth. They had ill intent, and if possible, would have killed her. She knows this deep down. My grandmother is also agnostic, where I don't believe in any of that stuff. I know my grandmother is not lying about what she told me. She's just a sincere person, so I can't explain what her experiences were like. I just feel like for me, religion doesn't answer any of that. It's highly probable that the natives who built and constructed those mountains by that burial site practiced dark magic themselves. It was more common than you would know, but many hide it. Growing up, my grandmother knew several who practiced magic in secrecy, and that it went back hundreds and hundreds of years. Scores of them would get together in secrecy and worship the darkness, casting spells of protection and illusion, bindings on the burial sites for protection, wards to give off bad energy. It's a very serious part of their culture, a part of their culture that they don't talk about. It's very similar to what the Navajo people experience with what they describe as skinwalkers, people who have given themselves over to evil. It transforms them, even contorting somebody's body to a whole new being of darkness. My grandmother's take, which is an educated guess on what the mounds were, and that lizard being is, were evil beings assigned to protect that area. She knows this kind of thing exists in many other tribes and cultures. This is what she firmly believed her father had tried to keep from her and protect her, was this evil energy that laid there and waited. For my 18th birthday, I had gone up on a small road trip with my extended family, mainly my cousins on the East Coast, driving from Florida up to New York and back down. Years later, after I had my encounter, I came to find out that a man had seen close to the same thing I had when traversing through the same area. My encounter happened in 2009. We were in Lee County, South Carolina. I can't tell you what town we were close by, because I don't remember. I can tell you that it was nighttime, and we were not just on the freeway. Even though we were on a road trip, my brother, who was driving at the time, insisted on taking all these back roads in every state to get a real feel for the area. This caused our road trip to take 10 times longer, which I didn't want. We had been driving through swamplands for the better half of an hour, not seeing a whole lot, because it's dark and there are not many lights. If you're not familiar with the area, we're out in the middle of the swamps on a 2-lane road, just cruising in the summertime with the windows down. My My brother, who's 21 at the time, pulled over slowly to the curb of the road. Not even a pull off, but slightly off to the side, and while keeping his foot on the brake in case another car came swinging in, told me to reach into the glove box. I did. He had brought several rolling papers and some weed. He was going to roll us some joints. We were going to drive around smoking. But in that moment, as I'm handing him the stuff, we hear this strange screaming noise close by, closest to the driver's side of the car. It's pitch black out here, except for the stars in his headlights. There's not another soul on this road. Maybe 5 seconds later, after that scream, we hear this noise of something big coming toward the car. I don't know what it was, man, but out of the swamps to our left comes this freaky-looking gangly thing, coming straight for our car. It was almost gliding in motion, not at all like a physical animal running after something. Even though it made thudding noises as it moved forward, it looked so weird. Instinctively, my brother throws down the weed and swerves back onto the road, smashing the gas pedal all the way down. We were driving his crappy Volkswagen Jetta at the time, which I remember had a faulty knock sensor, so its acceleration was off. We go flying back on the road around this bend, and this creature, whatever it was, still hot on our tail, reaching its long arms out to try and grab a hold of the car. Everyone in the car is screaming, including me. Even though it's dark, we can see this thing. It had these yellow glowing eyes, almost white, unnatural looking eyes. Another car comes down the hill in front of us, and the thing chasing our vehicle hops off into the swamps to the right of the vehicle. My brother doesn't realize this yet, and he began losing control of the car. That's when he tried to stabilize the vehicle. Ended up flipping the car because he was driving so fast. Luckily, we were all wearing our seatbelts, but it knocked me unconscious, along with my brother. I woke up later in the hospital with a mild concussion. My cousins had worse injuries than me. My brother somehow managed to avoid getting any drug charges, because I guarantee you they found his stash in the car after the crash. I guess when each one of us gave identical recollections of the events leading up to the crash to the police and hospital staff, I think they just left it alone. Life ended up going on after that, but years later, my friend on Facebook sent me this thing about Skate or Swamp. This young man was over on the side of the road, and something that looked almost identical to what he described charged and tried to attack him. He got away, but by his accounts in the article of the paper, it's almost to a T what we saw. There's a rough sketch he did of the creature he saw, and it looked very much identical to that. It was also very, very fast. I have no idea what it was, but it really sent a chill down my spine to know that there had been somebody else who'd seen and experienced what we did. The best part was, at least this young man was even documented by the newspaper. I tried reaching out to this man, who would be now 20 years older, to only learn that he had since passed away in a shooting. I don't know what's out there, and if you would have told me my own story before it ever happened, I'd call you crazy. Now, I'm a lot more open to people who have similar experiences as I do, and believe in things that the world says does not exist. Good day. 3 years ago, when I was down in South Florida, I'll never unsee what I saw walking into the mangroves. I was walking along a small sector of deserted beach, very close to the thick swamps and Everglades that opens up right into the ocean. This is one of the many spots of the state where fresh water and salt water clash. I was kind of in the thickness of the swamp, but at the same part in an open enough area where there was plenty of empty beach. As I continue walking straight, I'm looking ahead. It was far away from me, but I could still make out details to know this wasn't a man. Something on two legs, standing like a man, walking like a man, and moving like a man, walks out of the mangroves onto the sand, and its back is turned to me. It takes a few steps, then stops like it was caught. I'm talking frozen mid-step. It turns its head and looks right in my direction. While Keeping its head fixated on me, it bolts off into the swamps and mangroves in just a flash. When it had emerged out of the mangroves, I didn't see it at first. I thought it was just an animal, until it came out to a clear view. It was heading in the direction of the water before it noticed me. What it looked like to me was this large lizard man. It had what I guessed was a small tail on its backside. It looked dark, and its head was shaped like a lizard head too. I couldn't see any eyes or anything specific about its body or skin because I was walking far away. The movements looked natural, fluent, organic. There's no way somebody in a random suit was just walking around out here in the middle of nowhere. Not even a camera crew. Nobody to prank me. No cameras, nothing. The speed in which it took off at, back into the Everglades, wasn't human either. It took 3 huge strides at breakneck speeds, and bam, gone for good. It scared me and shook me. I really don't know how to describe with words what it was. Florida is home to all sorts of crazy animals. Last thing I would ever imagine is lizard men. There was nobody else around me or near me for miles that I could see. This was kind of out there. Not exactly on a big, popular Miami-style beach. This was very secluded. An area that you have to travel through some swamp to get through. But anybody can access it. It wasn't hard. Just took about a 15-minute walk. I feel like writing this out is helping me get over it and understanding what I saw. Even though I can understand it, it's like my brain is having a hard time processing the reality of it. When you're told your entire life, things like this are real. Well, they sure are. And if you see one as I did, it can throw your whole world upside down. Now, I just need to work on getting over that and living with it. Thanks for being an outlet we can send our stories to and get these off of our chests.
On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirm life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Shapiro, known as the Ish Kodesh.
It's probably of no surprise to you that you've heard things about dinosaurs still existing. Missionaries who have traveled deep into the Amazon rainforest have seen things that many forgotten tribes have seen. Real-life breathing sauropods. Although extremely rare, these are not the only large reptilian sightings to come to surface. While the details to these particular sightings might be as elusive as the dinosaurs themselves, there have also been creatures spotted in the Arizona deserts, identified by what many would consider to be a velociraptor of some kind. Not the Jurassic Park renditions, though. These are much more bird-like. While there is at least some evidence that points to these things existing still, the real purpose of this message is to relay to you the several encounters that happened near Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Now, Guantanamo Bay already has a pretty bad reputation, but for much other reasons like violence and tyranny, and not so much dinosaur sightings like you would imagine. Over the years, there has been several witnesses, from locals who live on the islands to U.S. Marines, who all reported seeing the same pterosaur kind of being. Some of these accounts stretch all the way back to 1965 and before then.
One of the
However,
historiographic
due to
challenges of
technology
studying the
increasing
Holocaust is
and the more
defining
frequent
precisely
traveling
what
between the
is it
U.S. and
that we
Cuba,
mean when
there
we're
have been
speaking
far
about the
more
Holocaust.
sightings,
Are we
many
talking about
undocumented by the
the
public.
overall
One pair of
period of
U.S. soldiers who
persecution that
prefer to remain
Jews suffered
anonymous,
through,
both
as
of
well
whom
as
are
other
still serving the
peoples
Navy to this
during
day,
the reign
back in
of terror
1984,
of Adolf
around
Hitler?
Papua New Guinea,
That
so
could
they
easily
spotted
take
this
us back into
pterosaur-like
the
creature.
early
However,
1930s.
they wouldn't give
Or
their
are we
account
speaking
till
about
much later,
something
in
more
2009.
narrowly focused, like
Both of them
the
actually stated that the
persecutions that
pterodactyls
came
portrayed in
along
the
with
Jurassic
the
Park
invasion of
films were
Poland in
actually not
September
too far off from the
1939?
depictions.
That's
While
also
the
quite
skin
a
tone,
reasonable
coloring,
possibility.
and
But
leather
the
texture still was
Holocaust
the same.
and World War II
These creatures did look a little
overlapping
bit
and not
different.
identical
Roughly
phenomena.
as tall as a man,
Coming
but
to
with a bill filled with
core
tiny sharp
of
teeth,
the
which can be
events which we
expected
associate
from a
with the
predatory
Holocaust
ocean bird like
involve
this.
two
It
major
shouldn't come off as
periods
too
of
much of a
Nazi activity.
surprise for something
The
like this to
period of
continue
the
surviving
Einsatzgruppen
in such a
and the
desolate,
period
forgotten
of
area
the death
like
camps.
Papua New Guinea
This is the
and many
era
parts
in
of
which
Cuba
the
where
Nazis
man does not
enacted
venture.
actual
Even with modern
mass
technology,
murders
as
They do a good
opposed to the
job of
horrific
hiding and
conditions
staying
that
elusive.
were
The good news being
endured
is that
by
they don't appear to
Jews
be
during the
hostile
period of the
or show
ghettos.
any form
So
of
let
aggression.
us look
I
at
mean,
those two
maybe if
moments.
you came upon their
We
hatchlings,
recall
but
that
that's
one of
expected
the
of just about any
prerequisites
species of
of
animal,
the
whether
beginning
it be
of
a bird,
hostilities in
dinosaur,
September
or mammal.
1939 is the
I
sealing of
wouldn't
a
exactly
non-aggression
lump these
pact
things in
between
with
the Soviet
cryptids
Union
and
and the
things
Third
that they
Reich,
unexplained.
which allowed
This
both
seems like a
Stalin
situation
and
kind of like
Hitler
Sturgeon,
to
a
invade
creature that just
Poland in the
maintained
Baltic
great living
states and simply
conditions
divide
in
up the
order to
territory
properly
between
survive
them.
all these years.
That meant
Whereas
that a
Sturgeon are much
significant
more
number
known
of Jews
because
found
there's people that
themselves
actually
inside
fish
the
and find the
Soviet
ponds
orbit
away. The
between
bottoms of lakes and
1939
rivers
and
are a lot more easier
1941.
to get a visual
I have
than the
a
tops of
longer
New
lecture
Guinea
on that
or deep in
topic
the jungles of
specifically
Cuba, and it
in
might be a
a different
situation
series.
kind of like an endangered
My
species,
YouTube
where
channel
there's
on the
only a select
Holocaust
few
for
of
a
them,
longer discussion
where
of
they
what
have a
happened
very
there.
small
But
population.
basically, Jews
Again,
there, like the
there are many locals and
surrounding people,
villagers
were
who have all
subjected
sorts of
to
oral
rapid
stories and their
communization,
own first-hand
collectivization of
accounts of
farms,
seeing these things
arrest
up
of
in the skies.
intelligentsia, and
I
so
have
on.
not
The
been able to find
Holocaust per
anything
se
like a face-to-face
really
encounter with one of these
begins, in my
things.
humble opinion,
That's because
with
nobody
the
I
end
know
of that
has been
Soviet
brave
period
enough to
on
travel
June
to some of
22nd,
the altitudes that these
1941,
things are
with
probably
the launch
existing.
of Operation
Maybe existing is the
Barbarossa,
wrong word.
which was the
Whatever
Third
their
Reich's
nests or dens
double
look like,
crossing
they're
of
probably
the
pretty
Soviet
high up,
Union,
perched on top of places that
abrogating
man would
that
never be able to
non-aggression
reach.
pact as
Hattie
Hitler
Carson
surprised
and her
Stalin
brother
with a massive,
supposedly spotted
rapid
a real-life
advance into
pterosaur
Soviet territory.
right outside the
Now,
Guantanamo
why that
military
is
base in
specifically connected to the
1965.
Holocaust is
This
because
proves that there are even
behind
sightings that predate the
Wehrmacht
1980
troops,
encounters
behind the
with the
regular
two naval
army
Marines
that was
and
sent in
another
to
one
defeat
by
the
U.S.
Soviet
Marine
Union,
by the name of Eskin Kuhn,
Hitler
who
sent
saw
4
reportedly two
mobile
large
killing
pterodactyls
squads
at
called
the same
Einsatzgruppen.
Guantanamo military
As you can
base.
see in this
But
map
his
here,
sighting was
these
back in
4 squads
1971.
spread out
But
throughout the
sightings of
territory that they
supposed
conquered from the
pterosaurs
Soviet
don't
Union.
end there in
And their
Cuba and New
task
Guinea.
was
There have
not
been
to
numerous sightings all
prosecute
over
the
the
war
United
against the
States,
Soviets,
along with
but
what
to
people refer
prosecute
to
Hitler's
as
war against the
Thunderbirds,
Jews.
which I
They
firmly
would go
believe are two
into
separate
the local
animals.
villages known as
Thunderbirds have
Shtetla,
been
little
described as being
Jewish
a large
townlets that
blackbird or
dotted the
eagle-looking like
countryside,
animal,
round
where, as a
up the
dinosaur,
local Jewish
there's really no
population,
mistaking
along with
if you were to see a
other
dinosaur.
enemies of
I
Hitler,
feel like
such
pop
as
culture and our society in
communist
general
leaders.
has
The
a pretty good
Einsatzgruppen
idea of
would
what a dinosaur
march
looks like.
these
That would be
Jews
a
and
hard one
others
to
out
mistake.
to local
An encounter
ravines.
was
If there
had
are no
on Wednesday the 18th
dry
of July,
riverbeds in the
back in
vicinity, they would
2012,
have the Jews
where
dig
an
their
individual,
own graves,
unknown,
and then they
was
would
traveling
simply
down Highway
shoot them
27
by
in
fire.
Franklin, Georgia, with their two
This
sons.
is sometimes called
Around
the
8:15 in the
Holocaust
morning,
by
where they
bullets
apparently looked up
because it
and saw what they
represented
described as a
a
flying
large
dinosaur.
number
Many
of
other supposed
casualties,
witnesses are not
civilian
just
casualties
storytellers or
of the
people with
war.
nothing to do.
Estimates range from
These are
1.5
legitimate
to
professional
2.5
individuals,
million
like attorneys in
Jews were killed
California,
during this
college
process.
professors,
And here you can see a
former
map
biology
from the United States
professors,
Holocaust Memorial Museum
scientists, and
that
even
gives
a
you a
president
sense
of
of
an
the
electronics
scope
company.
of
And not only has there been
the
sightings in the
that
United
were attacked
States,
in this nature.
but also Australia,
Kiev, which
New
was not a
Zealand,
town but rather a
Tasmania,
large city,
and South
had
Africa.
one of the
There seems to be a
largest
general
of
common
these
link
mass
between
killings.
sightings of featherless
33,000
flying creatures of great size.
2
This
days.
pretty much
The
excludes the
ravine
whole
called
concept of a
Babi Yar
thunderbird,
was
and really
used
much only
for a
leaves
much
flying
larger number
reptiles,
of
which then points to a
Chinese and
dinosaur
other
or
opponents
pterosaurs.
of the Third
Now,
Reich.
the hard thing is actually
The
acquiring
so-called
proper
Holocaust
sightings,
by bullets, however,
because the
proved
whole
to be a very
concept of a
inefficient
pterosaur or
and
pterodactyl
psychologically a
is so
very
rare,
form of
and
mass
it's a
murder.
creature that we
So the
believe to have
Nazis
been long
looked
extinct.
to a new
It's a
way
much more harder thing to
rid
grasp than a
themselves
Bigfoot,
of
or
their
say even
Jewish
something
problem,
else.
so to speak.
Even large sea monsters
This
are more
was
believable.
discussed at
Something in
a
the sky makes it harder to
conference that
believe,
took place
because
at a
if there is a
resort
witness,
at Wannsee
well, there's
on
really nowhere to
January
hide.
20th,
Something flying
1942.
in the sky
The
that
rather
nobody's
late
ever
date.
seen
You know,
is
the
very
war
common
began in
and open to
1939.
all other sorts of
Operation
sightings.
Barbarossa,
While many
which
of the
represents the
eyewitness
first
reports are for
mass
adults,
killings of
there are
Jews.
quite a
You know, the
handful
only thing
that
that
are
comes
actually
close
for
to it
children.
before that would have been
Children who don't even know what a
Kristallnacht in
pterosaur
1938,
is, or
which
how to
had
make up a
about
description of one.
260 Jews
So how
killed.
is it
Now we're
that they can
talking about
accurately
hundreds of
give an
thousands,
exact matching description
millions
of
of
one
Jews
when
killed
they've never
in
even heard of what a
Barbarossa.
pterosaur
But
is?
that
It's sightings like that as a skeptic that really make you go back to the drawing board, so to speak. I mean, take something like the coelacanth, which was thought to be extinct for a very long time, until finally discovered again
They drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives
considering
of
the
the period.
past
And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee Conference, it appears that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that time. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. Ontario, Canada. I don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or most simply death camps. These 6 death camps, the Soviet Majdanek, Auschwitz, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Genera, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they were political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating deaths. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these camps. Here you get a sense of the process of deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered at really at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused. Lice removed from their bodies was very common in many of these camps, and the Americans later would use all sorts of other creatures that try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Cyclone Bay, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof. And then Jews were exposed to it and died in 20 or 30 minutes. He now sits on his deathbed. Their bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, was very inefficient. He's well aware he doesn't have a lot of time left. So he shared with us some of his crazy experiences. A small number of Jews which were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. But he shared with my mother and I something very disturbing. Because they were for about 9 years, my uncle was heavily involved in the mafia. Survived the Holocaust in these
he was affiliated with, and any association with the Italian Mafia, the Russian Mafia, etc. But I do know that they were bad guys. He told me that he himself had killed over 20 people for drugs, for money, for sex, for ripping off the Mafia. The list goes on and on. It's something that my uncle is very, well, not proud of. And him telling my mother and I was really the first time he's ever really professed it. He went on a tangent, and he told us this strange experience he had. I still don't know what to make of it. It's disturbing. But I know my uncle. I saw the look in his eyes as he's retelling the story. This is not made up. I saw his genuine reaction as he's explaining this to us. Whatever this was scared him to the bone. Even though the story that I'm going to share with you is his story. It is disturbing, but bear with me. To retell this event, we're going to go back to 1972. My father and his mafia partner just got done putting a bullet into this man's head for ripping them off on a drug deal. I think the whole thing involved cocaine, in mass quantities of it to be exact. And I think when he was confronted about it, told them to go F yourself, to put it politely. Well, being the mafia, they're not going to stand for that, so they took care of business, as they like to call it. My uncle and his partner disposed of his body in the only way they really knew how back then. To take his body out to the middle of the swamp and dump it and bury it. Let the alligators and whatever other bugs out there take care of the rest. I'll never forget when my uncle looked us in the eyes and said, the amount of times we did this to get rid of bodies and were never caught. It's a number that I myself have lost count of. Anyway, going back to the story, my uncle and his partner are out there in the middle of the night in northern Louisiana, somewhere out in the middle of the swamp. He couldn't exactly recall where, because I don't even think he knew exactly where. I think they just pulled over somewhere and dragged the body out of the car and walked into the swamp a bit with shovels. They were originally going to dump the body, but they thought it would be better to dig at least a loose grave to hide any evidence. My uncle's business partner has this lantern, and my uncle is the one digging the shallow grave. As he's digging, they both begin to hear what he described as a jaguar sound. They both look at each other and just nod their heads to keep digging and to ignore whatever sound it was. My uncle continues to dig, and he recalls this exactly. And he says, quote, I had just shoved the shovel into the soft soil, put my foot down, pressed it in, and I heard my partner scream bloody murder. When I looked over, this lizard, larger than a man, was running at him and swiped his claws, disemboweling him with one swipe. The lantern he was carrying and his intestines both hit the ground at the same time. My uncle had to pause here and catch himself because he was getting kind of emotional. This is where you could tell that the story was getting really traumatic for him to recall to us. He then continued. Without even thinking, he threw the shovel down and sped back to the car at record-breaking speed, while turning around and firing a couple shots off of this thing. He wasn't even sure if it was following him. He was just in a complete state of shock and panic, made it back to the car, and got out of there. He had bigger fears. His partner, now dead, and the body was left exposed in a trash bag, sitting out in the open with a shovel. If caught, their DNA was all over everything. All of this, coupled with the fact that he just encountered some sort of giant swamp lizard that killed his partner in one quick swipe. What was he going to say about his partner going missing? What he told us is that the mafia believed that he had some part to play in his partner's death and tortured him consecutively for 4 days straight. He never exactly told the version of the story that he told us about a swamp lizard coming out and disemboweling his partner. They would have never believed a word for him and probably would have killed him. In fact, my uncle is very glad and humbled to be alive. He claims he's very surprised they didn't take his life, but that they would rather teach him a lesson. I had asked him if he could describe what he saw in more detail, the thing that killed his partner, and he just kept saying that it looked like a big lizard with huge teeth and long claws, and that it ran on 2 legs, just like a person, but was shorter than him and his partner, which, by the way, him and his partner were pretty average height, 5'10", 5'11", in the dark, lighting conditions of the swamp, and the lantern being his only real source of light. It's hard for me to accurately guess how much he truly did see, but it must be serious to traumatize a cold-blooded man like him. first time. This was in northern Louisiana, sometime in the early morning hours, I was told. My uncle then veered off to a different story, but I could tell. It was hard for him to retell to us. It was clearly a very traumatic event. Since hearing my uncle's story, I've had the chance to check out a few of your reptilian encounters on your channel, just to try and verify if there's any corresponding details that exist between his story and the stories you've posted. While I can't pinpoint anything exactly, it's pretty eerie that other people besides my uncle have seen reptilian creatures in the swamps. I've always known that the swamps were dangerous and home to alligators, but if you would have told me that they were home to man-sized carnivorous lizards, well, that's a totally different thing on its own. My sighting takes place in southwestern Tennessee. This is in a place known as the Cross Creeks National Wildlife Refuge, right alongside the Cumberland River, not too far outside of the small town of Dover, east. I was driving home late one night on the 49. This is where I had a sighting of what I would like to call the man iguana from hell. The 49 is pretty much a straight two-lane highway that travels all throughout the wetlands. There's really nothing too exciting to see, except what I saw in my case was extraordinary, and not in a good way. This two-lane highway traverses throughout the wetlands, covered with thick forest on both sides of the road, and again, the Cumberland River, right nearby. It's important to keep an eye out for deer, and anything else that the river might draw, like any other nocturnal animals. I'm not a Tennessee native by any means, but I've been around here long enough that I feel pretty confident driving here, especially around nighttime. It was getting close to midnight, so it was pretty dark outside. No other cars on the road at this time. Out of the woods to my left comes a creature, what I called the iguana man from hell. I call it that because that's exactly what it looked like. Every detail of this thing, this being was horrifying, down to every inch. This thing comes out of the forest to my left, crosses the road in front of me, and heads north down towards the river. This thing was so large that it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce alpha predator. The entire being just looked unnatural, and it was not only large enough, but strong enough to carry an entire dead doe in its mouth like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in full, because it walked right out in front of my car, but it paid no mind to me. Didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt zero threat for me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge me. I felt a mixture of primal fear and total shock at what I was seeing. This thing looked like an experiment gone wrong, and then dumped off into the swamps. It took me a little bit to process that I had just seen a real-life lizard man, assuming that there never was such a thing before. Afterwards, I struggled with who do I even tell about this? Who's gonna believe me? This isn't just as simple as seeing a Bigfoot. There's even people in that community that won't believe you if you've seen something else other than a Bigfoot. They were the first group of people that I went to about my encounter, and even they seemed reluctant to believe me. I went through a phase where I somehow convinced myself that I dreamt the whole thing up. But eventually, I came to my senses and realized that this is indeed truth. This was a real-life, living, breathing creature. As much as it scared me to death, I've just learned to be overly cautious now about when I drive, especially at nighttime. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me, and that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, what do I do with the information now that you've told me? So it's more just about being cautious and knowing that there are things out there that we don't quite understand. The takeaway from my story is to be alert as possible and to always be aware of your surroundings. I've been living out here in rural Mississippi for the past 6 years now, and it's pretty common to hear a variety of different animal noises. Still, I can never pinpoint an animal to the sound that I've been listening to lately. It's pretty common to hear coyotes like that all the time. And my partner wants to say that this was a coyote, but let's be honest. A coyote doesn't sound like a dinosaur screaming. I only hear the sound at night, but it seems like I'm living in Jurassic Park. If you ever have seen the movie Jurassic Park, there are multiple times throughout each film where a dinosaur roars or makes a noise, and it just has this reptilian sound to it, where if you are blindfolded, and even though the T-Rex sound, for example, is made up of a few different tones, if you've ever watched a documentary on the making of it, it still sounds like it's coming from a large reptile or dinosaur. I'm telling you this and including this in my email because that's the only way I can accurately describe and explain how this sounds. It sounds nothing like a coyote, and my partner seems to want to disagree with me. I don't know if it's because he's scared or what the deal is. It does not sound natural. It is not anything that I've ever heard before. We live close to a rather large part of swampland, so already that's a strike against us. I've listened to all sorts of weird horror stories about people getting lost in the swamps and all the monsters that are supposed to be living in the swamp. Quote unquote monsters. And then I start hearing this at night. I don't believe monsters are real necessarily. I think I'm probably just hearing an unidentified animal, in my honest opinion. Still, scientifically, I've never heard any animal sound as loud as this, or matching this exact animal's timbre. I don't know how much you know about giant reptiles that live in swamps, but it almost has this hissing quality. As I'm typing this to you, I'm trying to sit here and think of what animal I can explain to you that would make the most sense. If you've ever heard a Komodo dragon, for example, they have this deep roar, angry groan hiss sound. That's not quite what I'm hearing, but imagine that amplified, with more of a roar, guttural quality behind it. Now you're starting to get close to what I'm hearing. Again, a reptile sounds like a reptile, and there's no mistaking that. I'm sorry if this email is too long. It's just been really scaring me lately. So I thought I would reach out to several different big YouTubers, because with all these stories you guys get sent, I'm sure you get knowledge, and are able to clarify some things that might be out there, or possibly be unknown to man. A couple of years ago, some friends that we made since moving up here told us about some Bigfoot encounters they've been having in the same area. Now, I'm not a believer in Bigfoot by any means, but their encounters and sightings were frightening with how they retell their stories. I guess Bigfoots run rampant out here, but I didn't know that before moving out here. I thought to myself that it could be a Bigfoot that I'm hearing out here in the swamps at night. But from what I've been told, and from what little I know about Bigfoot in general, they don't sound reptilian. Maybe they do. Hopefully you can answer me and reply. Perhaps it's an entirely new discovered species of animal that's only living here in the Mississippi swampland. I have held on to this encounter for a very long time, and I haven't told anybody about it because I fear I would be mocked and called crazy. But maybe it's about time for me to finally share my experience with the world. After listening to all the stories people have shared with you, it's really encouraged me to step up and share what happened to me back in the late summer of 1979 in Columbus, Mississippi. Your video series about reptilians is precisely what I wanted to talk about. Until recently, the past 6 months, I had no idea that there was anybody else out there who's seen a creature like I have. People talk about Bigfoot, and even I've heard about a thing called a Mothman, but I never would have guessed that other people have seen large reptilian humanoid creatures just like I did. I thought I was crazy because I thought I was the only one. I have never been into conspiracies or wanting to dive down that rabbit hole. But the more I listen to some of these stories, the more real this all makes it seem, and the more it all brings me back to that evening. I can tell you, it was July 10th in 1979, and it was beginning to get dusk. I lived out of a small house that I was rooming with a few friends. I'd only been there for around a few months, and by nature, I'm a small town boy from Colorado. So a few friends of mine moved out here to start up a small business, and they really wanted me on the team to work in their department. I didn't have a job at the time, so I thought it would have been the perfect fit. Rooming with some friends, working at the same position. We could party and work together. What more of a life could you want at only 22 years old? Now, you need to understand something. At the time where I was living, it wasn't fully developed like everything is nowadays with stores and businesses everywhere. Commercial real estate in general has very much expanded in just about every area. Back then, this was about as rural as you can get, with only a few plots of land here and there, with houses sparsely spread. At the time, there was only a few other houses in the area, with mainly large empty fields and thick woods all around. You bet it was humid as hell. Our drive to work was approximately 25 minutes, which we enjoyed, because that means we could party and be as loud as we want to, without having angry neighbors calling the police on us. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons why we decided to go in and rent this house together. If you look out from the front door, it goes out all the way to the front road, and beyond that, it dips down in a small embankment to a thick, grassy field that goes on for acres and acres into more and more denser woods. You can call it an empty meadow, because the only thing that's really there is probably some marshland and some really, really tall grass. At the time, there was zero development, and the closest house is probably a half-mile down the road in either direction. Again, perfect for young kids in early 20s to party, without disturbing anybody purposefully. And might I say that at that age, I drank like a pirate. At the time of the sighting, though, I was stone cold sober, and I really want to hone in on that. I was the only one home at the time, because my few other roommates were out doing something, I don't remember what. Probably out chasing girls like they always did when they weren't working. I was usually the more reserved one. I was outside having a cigarette, and I see this giant lizard stand up from the tall grass in the field opposite of the side of the house. I stared at it intently for a few seconds, just trying to comprehend what I was looking at. Then, it turned its head, and its whole body followed. It slowly began walking towards the woodline, which was probably about a few hundred yards. I watched this thing walk all the way towards the woodline, before finally entering and disappearing. This thing looked like a Komodo dragon crossed with a human. It was dark and scaly looking and had long arms. It did have a tail, but because the grass was so tall, its lower body was obscured. I almost dropped my cigarette and thought to myself, I just seen a lizard man. When I was outside smoking my cigarette and happened to see it, I wasn't necessarily looking for anything. I was just kind of spacing out, looking off in the distance, thinking about my day, when this thing rises up out of the tall grass. It was tall, though, because that grass is easily 3 feet tall, and it only came up to about mid-thigh to this creature. That meant that it was probably around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a massive reptile head. I don't know if it actually saw me, or didn't, and just chose to ignore me, but it never looked over at me, and it's not like I was obscured by any trees or bushes. I was out there in the open, this small, tiny, skinny guy. We don't have any trees anywhere in the house or the yard, so I was sticking out if it would have looked over. I don't know if it was hunting or what it was doing, but it was obviously there before I even came out with a cigarette, crouching down in the grass. I was out there for probably 5 to 7 minutes before I saw this thing stand up and walk off. And when it walked, it was just like a human. It had a very natural glide with long strides. It was incredibly muscly, and there wasn't, or at least looked to be, an ounce of fat on that thing at all. You could tell by the muscle mass that it was strong. It never made a noise, and I never smelled anything either. After it vanished into the trees, I dropped my cigarette, like I said, and ran inside because even though I was in total awe of what I saw, I was pretty freaked out. I had no idea that we had upright walking lizards out here. Like I said, just town boy from Colorado. This was way out of my environment. I didn't tell any of my friends when I got home later that night, and I kind of kept this encounter to myself for a really long time. But I do think about it from time to time. All these reptilian accounts you've been posting over the last few months have really brought me back to that moment, and I figured it was time for me to share mine. Now, I know many of the accounts you share explain vastly different creatures, most of them acting very hostile and aggressive. While I don't think I saw any of those creatures you told, I definitely can stand behind the fact that it was an upright walking reptilian humanoid creature. It was very tall and enormous. I never saw it again after that, because the following year, I moved back to Colorado. Anyway, thank you for letting me share my experience with you. Back in the late 90s, a lady was said to have committed suicide on a portion of highway that borders a swamp-like area, crashing into an oncoming car. I don't know if her suicide has anything to do with my sighting, but the fact that the two coincide together just makes my skin crawl. In place of her death, or the part of her road that she shot off and died, is a memorial. You know, one of those typical sides of the road white crosses adorned with flowers and other memorial-based items. Well, because of my work, I have to drive this two-lane highway every day, to and from. I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually been steady. In fact, my workload has actually doubled, if not tripled. And so because of that, I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually doubled, if not tripled, because of other people being laid off and me being kept on. I want to keep what I do anonymous, so I'll leave it at that. But I'll just say that I help businesses create revenue and bring in more clients. Anyway, I was coming back in the evening time. Keep in mind that because it's spring and summer, it doesn't get dark out till super late. So at this point, the sun was just starting to go down, but it was still bright outside. I'm coming up the hill, getting ready to turn, and the ladies' memorial is right there on the side of the road. Well, as I'm coming up, my headlights, which by the way I keep on 24/7, because I prefer to practice good driving, they reflected these two lights to the side of the road, directly to my right where the memorial is. Because the reflection of light caught my eye, out of reaction, I look over, and I see this lizard-looking thing on two legs that's looking right at me in my car. What exactly was I looking at? I'm not sure. Was I seeing a real-life alien? Was this somebody in a convincing costume that didn't get the memo that it was not yet Halloween? It had a look on its face like, oh crap, I've been spotted. And I went from doing 45 miles an hour to a slow 15, mouth agape and all. I didn't expect to see whatever this was. It looked to maybe be 4 to 5 feet tall, with a long tail that drove behind it. I thought it was a person in a costume again, but it looked to be just like a lizard man, a real-life lizard man. It was really ugly too. After staring at me for a couple of seconds, as I'm passing, it turns around and jumps right back into the trees where it came from. The longer I spent looking at it, the more I came to the conclusion more and more that this was a real animal. If it was a costume, by any stretch of the means, then it was a Hollywood tier, makeup and acting job. Why would anybody be out here on the side of the highway dressed up like that? I know people do crazy stuff, especially in this day and age with YouTube and everybody wanting views and fame, but it just seemed to be too far-fetched for me, and this thing looked far too animalistic to be a person. I didn't want to believe that, of course. I wanted to believe it was actually a person. I saw what I saw, and I cannot argue with myself and say that this did not look animalistic. Even the look in its eye had that wild animal look. So, afterwards, I called up my wife immediately and told her what I saw. Because, well, her and I tell each other everything, no matter how crazy. I told her that I was worried, and that I wasn't getting enough sleep, and that I was starting to have visions. What I saw didn't look like a vision, though. It looked like a real flesh and blood, living being. It looked intelligent, and it looked very much kind of like a human does. The stature, the way it carried itself when it walked, everything. It's kept me up at night, that's for sure. And the next few days and evenings, when I would drive past that memorial spot, I kept looking for this thing, to see if I could see what I saw. I never did see it again, and I have no idea what it was that I did see. I'm not even sure how to wrap my mind around it, because it is just so left field for me. It didn't look like a monster, but maybe a lizard that was exposed to radioactivity, that became part human, or mutant, or something. I know I'm venturing into the realm of comic book reality here, but the thought of it is just so out of the realm of normal. I can't even come up with words to accurately put a picture of what I saw. It was a human reptile that walked just like a man, and acted like a man. I find the term lizard man to be the best way to accurately describe this thing. In my earlier 20s, I was an outdoor junkie. I traveled all over the northern United States, and even many parts in Canada, to see as much as I could. My whole ideology is that life is so short, I don't want to miss what this beautiful earth has to offer me. I had just gotten out of a very toxic relationship for 4 years with a girl that I probably should have never dated. And to put it lightly, the breakup devastated me. So, I wanted to turn my life around and give my time and energy towards being out in nature. That's what really sparked this whole incident. Had none of that ever happened, I wouldn't have had my sightings as I did, and I certainly wouldn't have been at the Algonquin Provincial Park that day. To make a long story short, I sold everything I had, pretty much lived for hitchhiking and walking everywhere I went. It sounds crazy, but emotional turmoil will make you do crazy things, and I wanted to remedy my pain with nature instead of substances and alcohol and things that would make me feel empty. Anyway, enough talk of broken hearts and trying to heal. Let's get on to what happened. I had a sighting of a reptilian-like creature at Algonquin Park in Ontario 5 years ago. I was hiking by myself, and I came to the end of this trail. To the right, the trail curves, but there's a sudden drop-off. If you were to fall, it's about a 50 to 60 foot drop. As I'm approaching this drop-off, and before I can even see down, I hear commotion, like something big moving around. At first, I get excited, because I think maybe I'm about to see a large bear, or something. But I look down, and I see this large reptilian thing running on all fours off into the woods. I had to double take, because in my head, I'm thinking, what am I seeing? I wasn't high, I was not drunk, and I certainly was not on acid. I was sober as a honeybee. I was also the only one around because I did a lot of hikes by myself. I looked around to see if there's anybody else around me that I could motion to ask, did you see that too? Unfortunately, I was the only person around me. I stood there, looking out over the small drop-off into the canyon below, if you could even call it a canyon. About a few minutes later, an older man comes walking up the trail and smiles at me and greets me with a friendly hello. I turn to respond to him, but ask him if he's ever seen anything weird up here. He politely says no, and you can tell by the look on his face that he isn't quite sure what I was getting at. I pointed down at the drop-off and said I just saw this weird reptile creature running on all fours like an animal down there, and I wanted to know if you've ever seen such a thing. He shook his head and continued on with his hike. Now, I was struggling with reality. Did I really see that? Well, I let it go in the moment, and I continued on with my hike. Fast forward years later, and I'm telling my friend about it because we got on the topic of seeing strange animals, and he was telling me about his Bigfoot sighting that he had had. I don't believe in Bigfoot, or really anything that challenges the realm of reality that we live in, but I can't refute my experience, and so I was telling him about what happened to me. He told me that I should go check out this YouTube channel called What Lurks Beneath, and that I should submit my story to you. Well, I checked out your channel, and I was blown away to find that you had an entire series at that, dedicated to just reptilian cryptid creatures. I learned so much in just spending a few hours listening to these encounters back to back. Crocodilian men, Komodo dragon-like people, very similar to what some of the creatures that I saw. I guess I'm not crazy after all, and I'm obviously not the only person seeing these types of creatures. Unlike a lot of the encounters you feature on your episodes, mine didn't happen anywhere close to a swamp, to my knowledge, but it did happen out in the open. Then, my story gets even weirder. Before I actually wrote up my story and sent it to you, I learned about these large mounds that apparently reptilians are drawn to, and I didn't even know if they lived underground or not, or if they lived in these mounds, but they seem to be in all these reptilian stories. Well, I reached out to a couple of my friends who have frequently hiked in the Algonquin Provincial Park. I don't know why I didn't think to do this initially when I had my sighting. I reached out to them and asked if they had ever found anything weird in their journey traversing to the park and hiking. This is where my jaw hit the floor. One friend of mine was telling me, which by the way he's a very experienced outdoorsman, but doesn't know anything about cryptids, or certainly reptilians. He discovered what he found were really large mounds, about 9 feet tall, just roughly 6.5 miles off trail. I couldn't believe what he was telling me. This was after I listened to several of your reptilian episodes, and I immediately put the two together. I can't believe what I had heard. I had to sit down and process everything all these years later to realize that this was reality, and I actually saw a reptilian being. I never would have thought in a million years they existed, let alone resided in the Algonquin Provincial Park. A couple of years ago, my fiance, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his sister invite us to her wedding down in San Diego. We're from New York City, so at first we had the idea to just catch a flight. But then I was struck with a fun idea. I brought up how we could leave a few weeks early and take a leisurely road trip instead. So, by the time we arrived in California, we could take a few days to rest and recharge before the ceremony. I had never really been outside of the East Coast, so I was excited about the idea of being able to take in new sights. You wouldn't be able to see much from 30,000 feet up in the air. After some discussion, we decided that if we were to do such a thing, it would be most convenient to rent a car and return it upon our arrival, instead of just taking our own vehicle. From there, we would simply take a flight home, sparing us from having to take the time to drive all the way back. So, when it came time to leave, we got our rental car, packed our things, and did a standard routine check of making sure the stove, oven, and lights were off, and being sure that the house was locked and left. Most of the trip went as expected. We had our fun days of stopping in different destinations, like Indianapolis and St. Louis, visiting the multiple attractions they had to offer, and our not-so-fun moments of getting caught in heavy traffic, or having to stay in a hotel. That was a bit beyond our budget. Regardless, it was pretty cool to be able to experience things I'd never had the chance to before. Overall, things went pretty smooth. That is, until we hit New Mexico. It was nighttime, and we ran over something. I'm not sure what it was, but it was enough to cause one of our front tires to pop, and the car was practically bouncing from the roughness that ensued. We pulled over and went to check out the damage. The whole tire was practically shredded, hanging onto the car by a thread. We went to look for a spare tire, and my heart sank as we soon discovered that there wasn't one. The service nor data wasn't very good on where we were, leaving us next to stranded. The good news was that the GPS attached to our car used satellites instead of cell towers, so it was still operating just fine. power source, so it would be rendered useless if we took it out. My fiance then had an idea. He took out his phone and opened the Notes app and copied the directions to the nearest town. It was about 5 miles out. Upon getting there, we could hopefully find a place to stay and have enough service to call the rental company to let them know about the car and see what we could do from there. We wanted to wait a bit before doing that though, just to see if we could flag down another car to speed up the process. After about 15 minutes or so with nothing, we decided to make our journey on foot. Both of us were very nervous about leaving so many of our belongings behind in the car, but with how much we had packed, it was impossible to take it all with us. We locked the car, of course, but that didn't mean it was impossible for somebody to shatter the windows and haul our stuff out, including my dress and his suit, both of which were rather expensive. A few minutes into our journey, I could make out the silhouette of a man running some distance away. It was late, but considering I was with my fiance, I wasn't exactly scared. I figured it was just a late-night jogger, although I couldn't understand why he chose to run across the land instead of by the street. Then he turned around, and a new angle allowed me to see something trailing behind him. I squinted my eyes, trying to make out what it was. It wasn't until then that I noticed how bizarre his face shape was. It was much more rectangular than I'd ever seen on a person. I had to ask my fiance, "What is that?" from beside me. I told him I didn't know. My best guess was a strange-looking person. The man only seemed to be getting closer, and I turned on my phone's flashlight. I gasped as the light caused the man's eyes to reflect back at us. Then, I was able to see his form in its entirety. Its frame was at a bit of an obtuse angle, with the bumps of its spine sticking out like spikes. Its arms were significantly shorter than its legs, and its hands only appeared to have 4 fingers, with long, sharp, black nails at the end of each one. Its face resembled that of a person's, but it was so bizarrely shaped for being such that it was practically uncanny. Its eyes were like that of a snake's, and I soon realized that the thing had been trailing behind its body was in fact its tail. It had no skin. In fact, it appeared to be covered head to toe in dark green scales. This creature hissed at us, revealing a long snake-like tongue that was previously hidden with its mouth. My fiancé and I ran, screaming and yelling for help as we did. This thing paced itself behind us, continuing to hiss and snarl. Some distance below, I can make out the lights of a small town. However, we were too high up on the cliff we were on to safely navigate our way down. Instead, we had to keep following the road, which wound down into the city, and who knew how long that could take. I then thought of something. I stopped in my tracks, picking up a few rocks nearby. My fiancé asked what I was doing. I turned around and threw one at the creature. The first one missed, but the second one hit it right in the forehead. It made a noise of pain and stopped briefly,